Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the 2017 UIAA Ice Climbing World Cup here in Durango, Colorado. It's the final day of the competition and we're going to see the men's and ladies titles decided tonight. The ladies will be climbing first and very soon we'll be seeing those results. First, let's recap on where we are here in Durango.
Durango, Colorado. We're the far southwestern corner of the state of Colorado. We're situated right where the mountains pretty much hit the desert. So we're just north of the New Mexico border. We got skiing minutes to the north, desert minutes to the south. All of that it comes down to this little central spot, and it's the town of Durango. The entire population of town is around 16,000. It's an old mining town. A lot of outdoor activity here. A river runs right through the middle of town. Everybody in town skis here. Everybody climbs here. And there's great ice climbing literally just up the highway. The thing about Durango is that it's far removed from big cities. The closest big city is Albuquerque, which is about a 3.5-hour drive. The beauty of Durango is it's a small enough town that everybody really gets along and looks out for each other. It's a special place.
Yesterday's semi-finals were jam-packed with action. And in fact, we made the front cover of the Durango Herald. The locals have had a great time, and so too have the athletes. We caught up with Emma McSwiggan to check out what she thought of her competition yesterday.
My name is Emma McSwiggan, and I'm climbing for Mountaineer in Ireland. I prepare, I guess, all year round. You're always thinking about it, but from August, I normally start training specifically for ice climbing. I live in South Korea and there's amazing training facilities there. I have an amazing coach and a really great team that I train with. Yeah, so almost every day it's what I'm doing. But first competition of the year is always a bit nerve-wracking. So I guess the qualification round, I felt really nervous and just a little bit awkward, and I did okay in one route, and then the second route I found it really difficult, and in the semi-final I guess I felt more at ease. There was maybe a little bit of confusion about the clock because I heard someone say that I'd only 4 seconds left, so I just started climbing really fast. I was lucky, I guess, and actually there was more time than 4 seconds left, so I got higher than I expected. It was my lucky day. It was my goal to make finals, so anything will be good. But I try my best, hopefully.
On the wall, but we've managed to get those fixed and we are ready to go. I am joined this evening and very pleased to welcome Katie Bono. Hello.
Liam, thanks so much for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see these women compete tonight.
That's awesome. How was your competition yesterday?
Oh, my competition yesterday was honestly a bit of a rough go, but I have a lot of luck in competitions normally, so if I have some bad luck, sometimes it's got to be okay, I guess.
Well, taking the rough with the smooth, let's find out what some of the other competitors thought about the competition.
One word, how would you say?
It was a beautiful day.
Unbelievably epic. Definitely exciting for me.
Explosively spectacular.
Exhilarating.
Inspiration. A round of applause from the crowd.
Spectacular.
Educational.
It was wet. It was wet. That's all I can say. Very wet.
Great to see so many people enjoying themselves there despite the inclement conditions yesterday. Thankfully, the weather is significantly better today. Katie, let's take a look at those results from yesterday. Or maybe we won't look at those results, don't worry about that. What was the highlight of the competition for you yesterday, Katie?
I think the highlight for me was just having this competition happen in the first place. I mean, this particular World Cup was organized with only a few months of lead time, so generally it takes a lot longer to organize. So the fact that it happened at all is just really spectacular.
It's a great credit to the organisers. And of
Absolutely.
course, there are the results from yesterday. So we had in 10th place Olga Kozek, 9th place, and so close Inika Rehbergen of Canada. The finalists for tonight will be Mariam Filipova, Nadia Galyamova, Maria Tolokonina, Hannah Raisong, Angelika Reiner, Masha Edler, Eva McSwiggan, and Woon Seon Shin, who took first place in what was a spectacular ladies semi-final yesterday. Ema McSwiggan, for me, was one of those highlights, and we just saw that short videotape with her. She fought so hard in that qualifier, in the semi-final yesterday, and particularly at the top. I actually had a chat with her after the competition, and she said to me, and I'm going to ask you about this in a second, she said to me, I heard the compere shout 4 seconds left, and I just thought, I'm going to try as hard as I can and see where I get to. And actually, the compere had said 1 minute and 4 seconds, so she just went hell for leather. Tried as hard as she could and got so high and nearly topped out on the route. The question to you is, how much of a part does the compere on the ground, the person who's addressing the crowd, how much of a part does that play in what you're doing?
I think it depends. I know that oftentimes I can really hear like a lot of the things that the louder spectators or commentators are saying, and I can definitely calibrate off of that. But I think it's really a testament to her physical ability that she was able to crush that hard for the last minute, and I think it'll be really exciting to see how she does today.
Definitely. And of course we've got some very esteemed names amongst that start list. The starting order will be as follows. We'll have Miriam Filipova out first, followed by Nadia Galyamova, and then in third place Maria Tolokonina. Out third will be Maria Tolokonina. Of course, Maria took the overall title last year. She won 3 of the 4 rounds. When you're out there competing, and you've got these big names, quote unquote, does that affect your performance? What's going through your mind when you're seeing these people on the competition arena?
It's pretty cool, but at the same time, I think it's important to not get headed out by the fact that you're competing against all these really good competitors, because everybody has bad days. Everyone has days where they compete out of their mind, like Noah Beek yesterday in the men's qualifiers, and so you really just have to focus in and do your own thing. And of course, you're a local athlete. You're based out of here in Durango, but you're not from Durango. No, and I actually live in Boulder, Colorado, which is about 6 hours away.
I meant Colorado.
And, but I'm from Minnesota originally.
Cool.
So,
in fact, that means you're not the only Minnesotan, because Carter and Kendra are Minnesotan.
It's true. The Stritch siblings are, and either Rebecca Lewis or Nathan Kutcher are also. One of them is from Minnesota. I don't remember which one, but we have a pretty good Midwestern contingent here for sure.
How was the semifinals route for you?
Oh, the semifinals route was not as good as I had hoped. There were some pretty tough moves down low, and I'm generally more of an endurance athlete, and this particular comp, because the wall is so short, all of the individual moves are really, really hard. So people with a lot of power are really going to do well. It's a very
bouldery style, you could say.
Absolutely.
So if you are tuning in, again, welcome. It's great to have you on board. If you're just joining us, I'm Liam Lonsdale, and I'm joined tonight by Katie Bono. We are, of course, broadcasting live on YouTube and Facebook. And you can join in with the conversation both on Facebook, on Twitter, by dropping us a comment or a tweet using that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. It's on your screen now. Drop in that hashtag when you're talking, and we'll be able to see those things. We'll try and give you a shout out. We'll answer your questions. Whatever it is, get it in there on the comments and on Twitter. We love to engage with you here at the UIAA. There's one of the B layers getting ready and prepped. It's much colder this evening. We've got a very clear sky. I haven't actually seen the temperature. Do you know what we're on?
I don't know the temperature. I would guess it's somewhere in probably in like the 20s Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who would you say is a strong contender for tonight?
I think that I think Maria could have a chance to do really well, but I also think we should look to see how Angelica does. Angelica took last year off to do more competing, or to do more climbing outside.
Yeah.
and climb all around, and she's looking to come back and dominate again this year. So.
And she's looking unbelievably strong as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and she has a lot of experience and knows how to move through this terrain.
So we're almost ready to get going here. The route setters are just making their final sort tweaks. I want to just talk about that thing in the top of the screen there, that large box. So if you watched yesterday, you'll have seen that we had the main standing structure about 12 meters high, and now we have some additional parts of the structure, some additional elements. There we go. These two boxes. Tell us about those, Katie.
Yeah, so we looks like we have some dangling boxes that were installed this afternoon, and that will be the end of the route. And so it's a really good way to end the route in a way that really uses people's physical strength, because all of a sudden you're going completely horizontal now on holds that are actually moving. So it really adds an element of difficulty.
And when it comes to actually climbing on those things, not only are the holds moving, but you're moving as well.
Yeah, exactly.
There's an element of coordination required.
Element of coordination, an element of keeping your body stable and really engaging your core. And also just not getting too freaked out by the fact that you're moving, just really being able to focus and climb within yourself.
You can see there the big red flag, the Scar Brewing Company. A big shout out to those guys. They've been absolutely wonderful hosts over the past couple of days here in Durango. A big shout out to those guys here at the Scar Brew House in Durango. And I'd like to, at this point, give a big shout out to the QTV Sports crew. QTV Sports are the broadcast team behind this wonderful broadcast that you're seeing. They've come all the way from Glasgow, and they're going to be following us around for the whole tour. So yeah, big shout out to those guys. And of course, massive props to all the guys in the local organiser team, all the volunteers. There's just so many people that are absolutely crucial to this event. The crowd's filling up out there, even despite this very cold weather. And we should be joined by our first athlete almost imminently, who will of course be Mariam Filipova. Let's see what she makes of this. You can see on the left hand side there Dave Dorian, one of our judges. And there's Mariam Filipova.
Yeah, the Russians have a really strong tradition of doing well in the Ice Climbing World Cups. It looks like 4 of the 8 competitors tonight are from Russia.
Where does that come from?
You know, I think a lot of it comes from their focus on sports in Russia. A lot of their team sports a lot of their sports are funded by the government, and that makes a big difference because they can train a lot more without having to work.
Well, Mariam Filipova is no stranger to finals. She made all 4 finals, or rather all 3 of the finals that she competed in last year. She finished 6th overall. She made finals in Bozeman, in Sazfe, and also in Rabenstein, and she actually podiumed in both of those events, taking 3rd place in those latter 2 events. So here we see the route for the first time, as Mariam gets off on the first part of the route. Just looking up, using her hand there just to work out the best part of that low hold. We saw a lot of climbers falling down very low on the route yesterday, so she'll be very conscious of that, looking to do as much. Yeah, there we go.
That's
so making
a huge move low on the route.
As a competitor, how hard would it be to be the first one out?
You know, it's everyone's operating on the same amount of time, having seen the route, and so it's honestly, I like it sometimes because you don't have to wait in isolation, just getting more and more nervous.
Would you say there's less pressure?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you get to watch everyone for the rest of the time, which can be honestly really fun.
So she drops in that deep fig 4 on the left there, reaches up to the top of that brown volume to one of those steel plated holds on the back. Head of the axe just shifting ever so slightly as she matches in, kicks in hard. She's going to look to make that clip, but not before getting that left fig 4 in. Sitting in deep on that. Great clip from Mariam Filipova. Now, interestingly, I was talking to a couple of the guys this morning over breakfast, and they were saying sometimes later through the competition, i.e. if you're not first, the holds can actually become a little bit better. with wear from the picks. Does that go through your mind at all when you're competing, or are you just taking it as it comes?
You know, I think that might be the case that happens, absolutely, because the picks are super sharp, but at the same time, you can't let yourself think about that. You just have to think that, like, you're going to do your thing and give all that you can give. So I'm sure she's not thinking about that at all.
Good. Here she goes, deep on that Stein there, and just shifts at the back, not cranking quite as hard as she could there. She goes leaning straight back off it. Just taking a little bit of rest. And now these athletes have a lot more time than they did yesterday. They only had 4 minutes to climb the route yesterday, whereas today they've got a whole 3.5 minutes extra with a 7-minute 30 slot in total. And she busts up dynamically to the left hand there, drops another fig 4 in, really precise, really controlled movement.
Yeah, that was a strong move for her, going straight from an undercling to another undercling. I mean, we'll have to see how everyone else does, but she's having a good go, it looks like.
It's just taking her time. She knows she's got plenty of time on the clock. Just working out the best method. Drops in the fig 4 on the right hand this time. Takes what looks like a very, very small placement on the left hand. Kicks in hard. Marianne Filipova's 34 years old. Part of a very strong Russian team, as Katie said before. 50% of our finalists this evening coming from Russia. So Katie, we're watching Mariam shaking out, taking her time. What do you think of the route as we've seen it so far?
You know, in keeping with all the routes this weekend, it looks like there are some really big, powerful moves. It looks like there aren't any moves that are really directional so far, which is a really nice thing to have.
Look at her reaching down there.
Climbing right here is really interesting. You don't see that often, but I think that the organizers were trying to make good use of the wall that they had. Really
making the most of that competition structure.
Absolutely.
Taking in all of the width and height this time. Whereas yesterday when we had climbers participating simultaneously, the ladies are given a stage of their own this evening, as will the men's later. Just to give you an update on that, we will be going to the men's broadcast after a short break between the ladies and the men's. So once the ladies is finished, we'll give you the results and then we'll go off air, and then you can join us again for the men's broadcast about 50 minutes after that. So here's Marianne Filipova dropping that fig 4 in over the right arm, just struggling to get the pick out there of that Stein, but no problem. She always looks very composed, I think, Marianne.
She does, yes. And I think she's really trying to be deliberate about these moves because they are big and they are tricky, so it's good to know where you're going.
Flicks into the fig 9. Again, just taking her time. She's about 50% of the way up the wall, but she's not 50% of the way up the route because, of course, she's got to climb up to those suspended boxes and then reverse down through them. So she's probably got another 60% of the route to go, and she's only got 2 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock. So she's got quite some ground to make up if she wants to at least get to the top.
That's true. That being said, these routes have proved pretty tough for a lot of the competitors, and some of them have not even been topped out, and so her progress so far might still be fairly admirable.
So here she goes, just working out what to do. She just heard the compares say how much time she's got left, so she'll be ready to get a move on now. And we saw this hold in the comp yesterday. Very tricky one to take, a lot of precision required, and even when you get it, it's not very positive. She's throwing up for it. Close, but not quite.
And that hold is so far away.
So far. What would you do here, Katie?
Probably just what she's doing, trying to recover on that hold that she's on until she can just regain enough power to go for it.
So lots of people are tuning in on Facebook. Jojo's tuned in all the way from Bozeman. Jeff Devitt. We've got people all over the world tuning in. Brona Walsh, who's a Emma McSwiggan fan. She'll have to wait a long time for Emma, who qualified second, so will be the penultimate climber. Lots of Emma McSwiggan fans tuning in. Don't forget, you can get in touch on Twitter and Facebook. Drop us a comment or use that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. Mariam Filipova, with just less than a minute on the clock, is going to have to pull out something miraculous if she wants to hit that hold. She's generating momentum with a swing, reaches up, just misses it, but still manages to stay composed. 40 seconds on the clock.
And I think
Breathing.
right now she's just trying to regain as much as she can to just make a couple Hail Mary moves at that last hold.
And she'll know that this is a big move and the other competitors are going to struggle too. She hits it!
Awesome.
Great effort!
Yeah.
Cuts loose on that one arm with 23 seconds. She's got to do everything she can now to get to that next clip and of course the next hold. She's going to be trying to get as many points as possible. Makes that clip, seemingly a bit of rope drag there.
Oh, and she's made the next hold. Awesome.
Not quite placing that hold. Oh,
that
she's
looks like a
really
directional
struggling.
hold too.
3, 2, 1, and that's her time up. She jumps down. And a great effort from Mariam Filipova. She looks, I'm not sure whether she's psyched or frustrated. It's very rare to see emotion from the Russians.
That is true. That is true.
They always tend to be very straight down the line, very focused, even after they fall. So that was interesting to see that screen. Let's have a look at one of the replays. So she's there in that fig four after sticking that move. Just couldn't quite find the sweet spot on that hold. Looks similar to the one that we saw yesterday when they were taking it around the backside. So as we look at it on the left side, we'll have to wait and see if Nadia Galyamova will be able to work out where that placement is. So of course next up will be Nadia Galyamova of Russia, our second Russian athlete of the evening. One of the things that I really love about this competition, Katie, is the camaraderie between all the athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that's pretty special to the ice climbing community, just because it is a little bit smaller, and yeah, people see each other all year long. So
it's so nice to see people helping each other out, people cheering each other on, the general psych. So we're waiting for our second athlete to join us. There's some of our local organisers doing their best, helping out. Belay trying to stay warm there, doing a little shoulder shake, classic warm-up. In the lower half of your screen, in the orange jacket, is Lee Spokas. We interviewed Lee just before we went live on the broadcast yesterday. Lee's one of the judges and was trained out in Bozeman. One of only 3 American UIAA judges, and in fact I found out that Dirk Tyler, her colleague, is going to be the first American judge to judge outside of the States.
oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, he's going out to Cheongsong this year as part of the judging crew. So yeah, very cool that the Americans can start to tour with the tour as well.
Absolutely.
So Nadia Galyamova just getting herself tied in.
It looks like Andres Marin is the belayer for the evening for the women. Andres is a former competitor on the World Cup as well.
And so you could say that they're in safe hands tonight.
Absolutely. I know that he caught me yesterday on a little bit of a dicey fall, so he knows what he's doing for sure.
I'm sure the athletes will be relieved to know that.
Yes.
Oh, I remember that fall. It was a spicy one.
It was.
Now, speaking of spicy, you had some spicy headwear.
I did.
Maybe you can talk us through that.
Sure. Yeah, I had a pair of lemur ears.
Oh,
on
they
my
were
helmet.
lemurs.
They were lemur ears.
I thought they were panda ears.
You know, they're both of those work. But I dressed up for Halloween, and we had a day that we were climbing outside, and the rule was everyone had to have something dangling as part of their costume. So I was a lemur, and I had a lemur tail, and then I just sort of left the ears on because they're pretty hilarious.
Well, yeah, they are, and they certainly caused a bit of commotion amongst the athletes and the judges and the spectators. Lots of people liked to see them. So here's Nadia Galyamova, the 28-year-old Russian. Very, very talented climber, and of course last year Nadia finished 8th overall. At the Bozeman event last year, she took 4th place. She finished 20th in Cheongsong, 13th in Sazfei, and 7th in Ravenstein, and she'll be looking to better all of those results here tonight. So moving up on those initial moves very, very quickly indeed. I'd say a little bit quicker than Mariam was.
And she did very well in the speed competition this morning, actually. She got either first or second place, so she does know how to move fast.
So she isn't just an elite climber, she climbs very well in speed as well.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're wondering where the speed broadcast was, there was no speed broadcast because it wasn't a UIAA sanctioned event, it was just a North American Championship that anyone could partake in. How important is it to have competitions like this in the United States?
Oh, I think it's huge. I think the U.S. is incredibly lucky to be able to have competitions here as far as fostering local participation and really growing the North American competition community in ice climbing.
And of course, Marcus Garcia, who's the main event director here, has that youth program.
Absolutely.
And has so many participants within that.
Yeah, he is doing huge things for the comp climbing community in the States for sure.
So Mariam Filipova reaches into that Stein. Very small, but solid placement. Cranks deep and back on that one. What's going through her head at this point? 2 minutes have gone.
You know, I think she's probably just trying to get the nerves out. Oftentimes, the first few holds when you're just getting on, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, and it takes a little bit, at least for me, to ease into the rhythm. And she's probably just really focusing on climbing smoothly and climbing efficiently.
Well, she's moved very smoothly up into that left position, into that hooking position, and again up into that right-hand placement on one of those very small edges.
Yeah, and that hold definitely has a little bit of directional angle to it, so she's probably being really careful to stay static on that hold.
And so, for the viewers back home, explain what you mean when you say directional.
Yeah, so a directional hold is if you pull straight down on it, there's a good chance that it will your tool will slip off of it. So it's only good if you pull on it from an angle.
And as you can see, that's exactly what she's doing, and she reaches over to the underside of that big Colorado painted volume and leans in, moving her body weight across. And this is the point where she's got to switch hands, take that as a backhand, just trying to adjust her feet there, and then reach down into that Stein. And you can see that Stein's two colours, red on the top and grey on the bottom. For those that don't know, the red is an out of bounds area. Nadia Galyamova just bouncing down into that Stein, very, very strong, holding it hard, making sure that her pick doesn't shift. So the grey bit's inbound and the red is out, and you can see the hold she's moving to is painted in a similar fashion. Let's see what she makes of this move. Reaches up to make that clip for the traversing section. Just shaking out, taking her time. Still plenty of time to go, 3 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock.
And she's probably trying to recover a little bit from that down climbing. Even though you're going down, it can be a lot of body tension to keep it together while your weight is all falling down onto that lower tool. So.
And you could see that in her movement as well. It was quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Not uncontrolled, but it was definitely faster than the other moves. She like dropped into it. There's one of those golf ball holds that we saw yesterday in the semi-finals. It looks positive, but
it looks positive, but something that you could definitely, if you moved around too much on it, did a sloppy next move, you could definitely slip off.
So she drops the fig four in on the left,
and she almost has that statically.
Oh, she's so close. Just a matter of an inch. She's going to switch out of that fig four.
I'm going to try to recover here a little bit.
Resting in a fig 9. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Still plenty of time. But it was in fact this point where we saw Mariam Filipova lose most of her time, just trying to work out what to do here.
Yeah, it looks like this move is going to be a hard move for a lot of the women tonight.
And of course, some of the taller competitors might have an advantage. Although neither Mariam nor Nadia are shorter, I would say probably our tallest competitor this evening is Wunseon Shin, maybe. I haven't measured them all.
Yeah, I can say certainly Angelica is not tall.
No, neither's Ema. So, just trying to work out what to do, composing herself, 1 minute 58 on the clock. So she's there now, she's been there for over a minute.
Yep.
She knows she's got a big move ahead of her. How do you move on mentally from a position like that? Because, do you go for it? Do you not? Do you play it safe? At what point do you say, right, I'm going for it?
I think when you're recovering on the hold starts to become less effective. And you realize, I have to go for it now, and I'm going to try to use the best technique I can. You can see she was working her foot that wasn't over her arm up high on the wall so she can push off with it better. And yeah.
Let's see what she does this time. She drops in that fig four again over the left hand, kicks up high with the right. Oh, she was ever so close. And there she goes. She's got it. 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Now's a chance to move up with conviction and see if she can better that result of her Russian compatriot who climbed just before Mariam Filipova. So Nadia Galyamova looking for that next hold and that next clip. Matches in, changes her mind. She's got 40 seconds. Crowd are getting behind her now. Reaches up from that fig four, makes the clip. 30 seconds on the clock to make sense of that hold, and she looks a little bit higher than Mariam was. She's not found the right position. Could it be that that's a Stein?
It's hard to tell. It looks like it might be something you just have to really push into in a really shouldery directional move.
I was just looking at the steel plate, and it almost looks like the scuffing below, but they've got a much better view than we have, so it must be the top. Oh, and she's shouldering it really well. Awesome work. 4 seconds on the clock, and that's going to put her into first.
For the next move.
Oh, and she's hit it, and that's the time. Watch your head on the axe. She's keeping her head down. She knows her axe is still up there. Hopefully it'll stay up there and someone can retrieve it. Don't want any accidents. And there's a man with a pole. Awesome, awesome effort there from Nadia Galyamova. And of course, beating the first result of Mariam Filipova. You can see in the replay. Oh, there you go. There's the axe. Let's get that axe down. I wonder whose job it is to poke the axe down. Heads. Luckily, it doesn't hit anyone. So, next up, another Russian. Last year's overall winner, Maria Tolokonina. She did a great job just then. Maria Tolokonina qualifying not in her usual first place, down in 6th place yesterday. Interestingly with Maria, she's probably the shortest competitor in the finals, but easily one of the most powerful.
Absolutely. And I think that the final results from semifinals yesterday aren't necessarily super indicative of the overall women, because this route is short. Every move towards a hold counts, and so even though there ended up being an overall ranking, it's really tight finish among everyone.
And there was a lot of competitors tied, in fact, wasn't there?
Exactly.
Here we see Nadia Galyamova just reaching out for that hold that she finally found the right direction to use it on, and that Filipova didn't quite find, but with the rush and the time running down on her, she just didn't quite have the time to get it. And that was the point that she caught the jug. And that was the point that she timed out. And there is another view of that competition wall and the crowd in front of it. And of course those two rather large boxes. Some of the crowd. The lady in the green bag is Leanne Hazard, Canadian team physio for this event. She's been fixing up all of the Canadian athletes while they've been here. So let's see where we are with those next athletes, and of course Maria Tolokonina out next. Don't forget you can get in touch on social media if you want to get in touch. Use that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing, or if you want to get in touch on Facebook, you can leave a comment below the broadcast and we'll do our very best to give you a shout out, answer your questions, or whatever it is that you are getting in touch for. Yesterday, lots and lots of people left comments. In fact, Steph Mahalati and her friends up in the north were very vocal, and I missed those comments, so sincere apologies to Steph and the crew. And I did say that I'd give them a shout out today.
And Steph was a competitor here last year.
She was in Bozeman.
It's great to see that they're psyched even if they couldn't make it this
and
weekend.
Even Steph placed third And the speed, if I remember rightly, in Bozeman last year.
You know what? I think she got second because I got third.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Bad stats from Liam Lonsdale, great stats from Katie Bono. And there, of course, is Maria Tolokonina. Interesting fact about Maria. Her father is Mr. Pavel Shabalin. Pavel is one of the members of the Ice Climbing Commission and also a judge for the UIAA ice climbing events. The whole family involved in ice climbing. So she just makes her final preparations, matches those axes on the first hold, and off she goes. Roman Chernov's got in touch from Kirov. It's 3:45 a.m.
That is dedication.
Roman, that is dedication. Air fives from Katie and I. Great job.
All right, you see these movements, lots of big movements. Mixed climbing is definitely the sport if you are always complaining that you can't
So
reach a
moves
hole.
up, crossed over on that right hand.
Now you can reach that much further.
Oh no!
Oh! So unlucky.
Oh! I can't believe what I've just seen. I'm speechless, and that is a rarity. Maria Tolokonina, last year's overall champion, just popped off one of the first moves, and we did see that a lot yesterday. Let's see what happened there. So she looks like she's tangled in the quick draw. Slightly off balance, kicks in on the volume. She's over that left hand, and as she places that, or goes to place the left foot, boom. Yeah, she was all tangled up in there. You can see the handle of the axe in the rope. What a nightmare. She will not be happy with that. Such a shame for Maria Tolokonina. Ah, gutted. Well, there's one thing for sure. She'll be back in fine form in Beijing, Cheongsong, Saas-Fee, Rabenstein and Champagny. She's doing the whole tour this season as far as I'm aware. Expect big things from her. And so, much quicker than we were anticipating, and I'm sure much quicker than Hannah Rai Song was anticipating, we have our fourth competitor this evening and our fifth place qualifier. The 23-year-old Korean Hannah Rai Song. Hannah Rai was slightly disappointed with her semi-finals yesterday, and in fact didn't think she'd made finals. But as you were kind of hinting at before, Katie, that was for a lot of people what they thought, you know, with the bouldery problems, people were popping off lower than they were expecting. But in fact, what she did was enough to get her in there.
Absolutely.
The Koreans also have a rather formidable team.
Absolutely, yeah. The Koreans and the Russians both have a really strong community. And I'm sure they're competing against each other all the time in practice, and I think that's huge for growing as a climber.
And it seems that the countries or the teams that do the best are the ones that have the permanent facilities to train on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which kind of makes sense, really. Although I know a lot of the US team have got homemade facilities.
That's true, yeah. We have a lot of homemade gyms. I think you have a good point, though, because the Canadians have become much, much stronger in the last few years, and part of that is because of the homemade structure that Gord MacArthur's built in his backyard. And since then, he upgraded to a full-on climbing gym that he now owns and runs.
Of course, the Arc Mountain Centre.
And and that has been huge for developing some of the younger Canadian climbers like Ineke and Noah.
And of course, Ineke so close to making finals yesterday. She was actually tied with 8th place. They only took 8 places through, and that was down to a count back onto the qualifying rounds. And of course, Noah, who you mentioned, Noah Bake, made the finals, his first ever senior final, and a fantastic effort from him. And just goes to show how good a coach and how motivated Gord MacArthur is, as you just mentioned. So here goes Hannah Rai Song on those initial moves, just skipping up there.
This is Hannah Rai Song from Korea. Yes, it's that difficult.
One thing that was pointed out yesterday, I had Ian Hansen up here commentating with me, was the different tools. And actually, it seems to be a trend between the different countries that different countries have different tools. Maybe you can explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, true. A lot of the countries that have a lot of people here competing have really interesting tools that they use. For example, most of the Americans use stock tools that they will also use ice climbing and things like this. And
By stock, you mean ones that you can just buy off the shelf in a climbing shop, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the tools that the international folk are using, you can buy stock as well, but they come in much, much smaller quantities. Some of them are custom. They're very, very optimized for this kind of climbing. If you tried to ice climb with them, you would have a very hard time. But for something like this, they're really amazing.
And they have extended shaft handles.
Yep.
Different types of pick. They have cheeks on the side. All sorts of triggers added in. They are really quite impressive. But of course, the tool restrictions will be what's the word I'm looking for? The tool restrictions.
Stricter?
Yeah, there we go. Well, they're still strict now. They're just going to be reduced, right?
Yeah.
You're going to lose 5 centimeters
5
both
centimeters
directions
in each dimension. Yep.
for next year. So let's go back to Hannah Rai. She's moving very well into that Stein pull on that blue hold there. And this is the point where she's going to have to move up and left easily to that edge. Right on the tip of her tool there. Match is in on that. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So she's going to match in on that and then reach across to the underside of that Colorado volume. And then we're going to see that powerful down climbing move to the red and grey Stein. There she goes. Oh no! Just smashes into the wall, and let's see a replay of that because something popped and everything followed. Another very low fall, surprisingly so. Looks like she might be a bit winded.
Yeah, and she moved really well through that first section too.
Watch the left tool. Oh, it's the right foot that popped.
Yeah.
And then she face planted almost. So that's 2 low falls that we've seen there, and actually Nadia Galyamova and Mariam Filipova, who we thought maybe hadn't got as far as they could, are both looking very strong all of a sudden, with 2 of the favourites not making it to the same high point. The plot thickens. I think it's fair to say. I can't speak. I think it's fair to say she'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
How do you pick yourself up and sort of move on from that for the next competition?
You know, I think positive self-talk is always a good strategy. Sometimes it's more successful than others, but this is the first comp of the year, so there's a lot left to look forward to, and that's probably what a lot of these girls are telling themselves.
And of course, here we can see the point where she fell off again. So that right foot, she kicks in, but it doesn't look great that it's seated, and then it pops, boom, and then everything goes. Such a shame. She was so close to holding it, but not close enough. And of course, as you said, it is the first comp of the season, and it's a nice long season this year with 6 competitions in total. Of course, this is the first year in Durango. There's Angelica Reiner, our 5th competitor this evening. The Italian climber is very, very strong, and will be looking to get higher than obviously than all the other competitors. She's going to get herself tied in, make some final preps, get that big jacket off. Here's another question for you, Katie. When you're stood there at the bottom of the wall in your lovely warm down jacket, and then you have to take it off, do you not feel cold?
Not too cold. You have a lot of adrenaline, and I think a lot of women try to come into climbing really warm. So she was probably in the tent sweating in her down jacket so that when she took it off, she would feel comfortable. So they're probably really warmed up and really ready to go.
Banking the warmth almost.
Exactly.
There's Xiong Park. So Angelica Reiner just getting the final preparations underway before she makes her attempt at this ladies' final route. Kicks in and reaches up to begin her attempt. If you want to cheer on your favourite athlete, maybe you want to shout out, maybe you want to ask a question to myself or to Katie, and you can do that on social media. Stick your question in the comment here on Facebook, or why not use the hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing on Twitter or on Facebook, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. There's Angelica reaching up with that left hand. Drops that fig 4 in and reaches up nice and deep in the lock to the right hand. Matches in. Moving quite cautiously, I'd say, so far.
Yeah, but this is her first serious season back in competition. Like, she's been competing the past few years, but she's definitely made an effort to grow her versatility as a climber. She's been doing a bunch of really, really exciting outdoor climbing. She's climbed some of the hardest mixed routes in the world past couple years outdoors, which a lot of women on the circuit don't do as much. So she's just starting to settle into that World Cup routine again.
And she's looking very, very strong indeed. Angelica finished overall last year in 7th place. She finished 3rd in Bozeman, 4th in Saas-Fee, and 5th in Rabenstein. She's up on that hold now where she's going to reach up to that blue edge, slightly directional, pulls with that left hand down. And this is the point where we saw Hannah Rai Song fall. No fall in there from Angelica Reiner, who has a much higher right foot placement at this point. Looking a lot more stable and a lot more in control. Now she's going to have to readjust. Sorry, Katie, go on.
It looks like she's memorized these moves in her head while she was sitting in ISO. She's moving so quickly and so methodically through them.
Very methodically, and reaches down and so calm into that Stein pull that she down climbs into. She's going to have to do the big reach to make that clip. And sometimes clipping's as hard as doing a move, no?
Absolutely.
Drops in the fig 4. Right at full stretch to make that clip. At this point, Katie, I'd say that she's making it look quite easy.
She really is. She looks super relaxed.
And it's this point that we saw both Mariam and Nadia with about 2.5 minutes on the clock. She's standing there with 4 minutes 30 on the clock.
Absolutely. And hopefully she has a lot in reserve because she's going to need it for this next move.
Let's see what she does. This is going to be that big lock, and we saw all climbers not being able to reach it from the fig 4, and they had to go dynamically. Is she going to have worked that out first time? She just takes a minute, sits right down onto that big orange blocks volume, shaking out in the lower part of the axe. Here she goes again. Bumps up that lower left foot to go for the pop, and she hits it.
Nice.
Awesome effort in the fig 4. Very precise with that right tool. Very precise indeed. Just a few millimeters of contact between the steel and that resin hold. Reaches up again in the fig 4 to make the clip. And this is where she's going to have to do that hard shoulder move that you mentioned before. We did see Nadia Galyamova taking this hold in control. Let's see if Angelica can work out exactly how to do it. Really shouldery, powerful move.
You got it, Angelica.
Looks like she's going to try and match him.
Let's get on up there, Angelica. Come on.
We saw how Nadia did this move. How would you try this one, Katie?
Oh, I think that it's just really all about the foot positioning on this, because that's going to make a huge difference into how she can sink into that hold.
You can see she's having trouble getting it to sit. The left.
But it looks like she's getting a better angle on it.
There she goes.
Nice.
Gets a weight underneath it, moving really confidently at this point.
All the way to the top. Nice.
Up into that right hand with 2 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock. So much time. May we actually see Angelica reaching the box. So much rope drag. That rope drag's going to play havoc as she moves back out onto those wooden boxes, those free hanging cubes. So for someone that doesn't know, can you explain what rope drag is, Katie?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the friction of the rope on the things that it's running around and touching. So she just fixed her drag, which is exciting.
So she just pulls the rope over those obstructions, over those volumes, so that it can run freely between all the different quick draws.
Exactly.
Shaking out, looks back at the crowd just to check the clock. She's still got 2 minutes or just less. She knows that she's got plenty of time to get out onto those boxes. Let's see what she can do with it. Bated breath as we wait for Angelica Reiner. Reaches across onto that left hand. Cuts loose all the way over. See the axe just shift there and the box swings. This is where things start to get exciting. In the fig 9 as she reaches over. You can see the drag and how hard it is for her to pull that. Very hard work. And this is all more tiring. She's literally battling gravity the whole time here, hanging from those picks. Reaches onto that golf ball. She's going to try and pass the clip and use her body weight to pull the rope through, it would seem. Into the fig 9. Kicks into the corner of that box into the ply. Oh, she's put a heel hook on. Just doing anything she can to stay on. She is fighting, but that face says otherwise. She looks very calm. It's more confusion than anything else. Oh, she sticks it. Now she needs to make that clip, and she's used her body weight to pull it through. She's still got time. Oh, she cuts loose and she's tiring now. Kicks hard into the underside of that box, making those crampons work for her, but they're not doing. Come on, Angelica, fight. Oh, and she drops, and the pick drops just behind her. What an awesome effort. With 27 seconds left on the clock, she waves to the crowd and thanks them for their support. Will that be enough for Angelica Reiner? We'll have to wait and see. Awesome effort.
That was a really great effort.
Great to see her getting up there on the box.
I imagine she's really frustrated with that rope drag. It would be really hard to feel like you could clip, but there was too much going on, but that's the name of the game too.
And definitely as she moved further through using her body weight to pull the rope, we saw that it was maybe the best solution, but she'd already tied herself out by this point. So we see the replay and she looked so solid on that right foot where we saw Hannah Rai Song fall. Angelica looked, well, just very, very casual indeed. Makes that high clip, and this was the point where she dropped into that fig 4 and latched the hold with such precision. So fast, and like you say, very methodical through that movement. And this was the point we saw her on the box, the first climber to make it that far. Big shout out to Rock Noir. They've got in touch to say that they're supporting Angelica. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch, you can use that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. And there is Masha Edler of Russia. If I'm not mistaken, Masha is our youngest finalist this evening. Our fourth Russian competitor of the final. She had a pretty good season last year, finishing 13th overall. She took the 6th place in the finals in Cheongsong. Didn't make finals in Saas-Fee or Ravenstein, finishing 11th and 17th respectively. Let's see if she can better her personal best from last year tonight here in Durango. Takes off that jacket, gets herself ready to go.
Getting ready to go up now is Masha Edler from Russia. Let's hear it, everybody. Come on, four corners. Come on, let's hear it, four corners. Come on, everybody.
Shrug of the shoulders, takes her axes, kicks in, and off she goes.
What did I say?
7.5 minutes on the clock
Okay, it works. Get close.
for Masha Edler of Russia. So kicking in very, very quickly. And I'd say that's one of the things that sets apart the best competitors is the speed of the kicking. They always kick first time, and they always kick very precisely.
Absolutely, and you can tell that they've practiced this a lot.
And that's one of the things that, I guess, if you don't have a ply facility in your hometown or at least within a drivable distance, that's one of the big disadvantages. You're not used to kicking into plywood.
That's very true, and I know that a lot of competitors, the World Cup is a lot of the competitors that don't necessarily win the World Cups, they only practice on plywood during the World Cups, and So yeah, familiarity is huge.
Yeah, and of course, with the Russians having several world-class training facilities to train on, it's obvious why they're so good. So, clipping in with that left hand as she makes the big long reach, the first of the big long reaches up to that left-hand edge.
What she's doing is she's just trying to match and make a transition.
Matches in to take it as a right-hand backhand and then comes back to the left.
So that's why the tool is teeth.
Oh no!
Oh,
Another pop! She looks so solid there.
she was so smooth, yeah.
Every single time.
I'm speechless again. Two top-level Russian competitors just dropping out there. Is the pressure getting to them? What is it?
You know, I think it's maybe the pressure, but it's also just the difficulty of each of these individual moves. This route is really favoring people that can not rest on their laurels and just be super focused on keeping it together and keeping the angles good.
She's taking those deep breaths, just trying to compose herself. Here we go. This is the moment. So she had the left hand placed. She readjusted a couple of times on this axe placement.
676.
They had the right hand on. Now just watch the head of the axe, just on the contact, just on the tip of the pick. There, boom, and the back twisted ever so
Just
slightly
rotated out just a bit, yeah.
out of there. What a shame. And well, I mean, this is leaving it all open for Angelika Reiner at the moment, who's sitting sweet in first place. Emma McSwiggan is our next competitor. Emma of Ireland, who is based in South Korea. Shocked herself yesterday, apparently. There's a video, in fact, on Facebook of her performance yesterday, a little clip showing her semi-finals attempt. There's a massive highlight for a lot of people here because she just climbed out of her skin and did such a good job.
She climbed so well, and I remember last year in Bozeman, I don't remember her exact placing, but she did far, far better. She has done far better this year so far than how she fared last year.
Always wears green, Emma.
It's crazy.
Do you think that's because she's Irish?
Maybe.
So Emma in Bozeman last year, just to give you the history on that result, placed 13th. She finished in the top 10. She finished 10th overall. She finished 7th in Cheongsong, which was her best result and her only final of the season. Coming into this competition, she didn't really have any expectations. She's got a second place in the semi-final. She's already beaten her best last year. What's in her head now, do you think?
You know, I think she's probably trying to keep the pressure on herself low. It's really easy to get all tied up in this excitement of doing way better than you think, and I'm sure she's just trying to keep the expectations off of herself because she knows that's how she competes the best.
Emma is taught and coached by the Korean team. It's one of the really nice things to see is the teams working together. They treat her like one of their own, and in fact, one of the Korean headsetters calls Emma his student. He was beaming yesterday after Emma's performance. Was very pleased to tell me that Emma was in the finals in second place. So that's great to see. So Emma just moving quite tentatively on these lower moves. Must be hard to find the balance between moving fast and confident and slow and precise.
It really is. That's true.
She reaches over, taking the weight on that left placement, keeping her weight on her left foot. Reaches up, looking for the best position on that left edge. So definitely moving a little bit slower than some of the other competitors. That's not necessarily a bad thing at this stage. Right hand up to that little grey edge.
She may be going for the strategy of knowing that these moves are all very technical and very hard, and so she is just trying to move carefully through them because it's not a route that's going to be how fast you can move through it. It's just a matter of not falling for the most part.
Not falling is definitely one of the names of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Roman Chernov's tweeted us again, and he said he has some inside info that Masha Edler is actually trained by Alexei Dengin, one of our finalists later on in the men's competition, and that she's been training for several weeks in Kirov, one of the biggest structures in Russia, before coming out here to Durango. So Ema's in that Stein. At this stage, I would say that Ema's looking like she just wants to climb and not fall off. She doesn't look like she's attacking it for the win. She just looks like she's going to put in the most solid performance that she can.
Absolutely, just staying well within herself.
Oh, and very smooth up to that left-hand placement.
That was great.
And she's got it in the reverse position to Masha had it. So that'll be interesting to see how much rotation there is. In fact, it looks like there's zero rotation as she reaches up for that right hand. Places that tiny, tiny edge under the tool. Matches in. Just shaking out. 4 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock. Now at this point, Angelica was all the way on the other side of the traverse. So that gives you some context into how fast Angelica was and how slow, for want of a better word, Ema is. Certainly no points for speed. It's all about holds touched and clips clipped. So, reaches over to the underside of that right volume. And her foot is kind of between where Hannah Rai Songs was and where Angelica Reiner's was. Doesn't look like it's popping at this stage, although the left hand just twangs loose there. No problem, and she takes the left hand underneath, moves down, shakes. She's going to have to get that body position all the way down.
All right, you got this.
Excellent. Look at the reach. Look at the span between those two.
Ema in the right hand, looking very, very good. Moving into that Stein, very solid there.
Yeah, that was a controlled release.
She's going to have to reach up and make that high clip. Looks like she's going to make the move first. That'll be interesting. She's the first climber we've seen do that. She's going to have to reach high and left now to make that clip. Last year in Cheongsong, we saw people forgetting to clip and having to reverse several moves just to make the clip. Doesn't that look to be troubling her? So of course you have to clip every clip in sequence. If you skip a clip and clip another one, it's automatic disqualification. Puts the left leg over the right hand for the Fig 4. Reaches up. She's just struggling now because we saw them clipping in the other position, and this is going to cost her precious time. And of course, precious energy while she rests in that Fig 9. You can hear one of her coaches cheering there. Always very vocal when Ema's climbing.
Come on, Amir, you got this. You got 2 minutes and 22 seconds. All the time in the world. You can totally get
Plenty of time. She reaches up to make that clip, and now, even though she's got that clip, she's got to do another big reach to take that high right-hand hold. And all the energy that she's wasted, let's hope that she can recover some to make it. Takes the left hand, really solid, and goes for the reach. Misses it first time, but I reckon she can get that. She was ever so close. Just going to recover in the Fig 9 over that right hand. Places the left again, switches to the Fig 4. Takes the right hand, reaches up and hits it. Great effort from Ema McSwiggan. Stumbling ever so slightly over the foot placements. Just over 1 minute and 40 left. Kicks in. And she definitely looks tentative as to what she should do. She definitely needs to make this clip before she does this move. Makes the clip. Shaking out. And now with 1 minute and 19 seconds on the clock, she's got to work out this shoulder move. It's a hard move and she needs to rotate the axe and get her shoulder into it and get her weight underneath it. At this point, it's going to be very hard to hold with all the weight on the right-hand side of her body. Center of gravity way to the right, but she's looking strong there. Very controlled from Ema.
Very controlled.
Again into the Fig 4, and at this point, if she can hit this holding control, she's going to surpass Nadia Galyamova's high point, and that's going to climb her way into second place, especially if she can make this clip. Ema makes the clip, and that's a second place for her at the moment. Of course, we've still got Wunxian Shin to climb. She takes the left hand up onto that small edge. She's got 30 seconds. She's just going to have to do everything that she can at this point. Going for the high points. Places that left hand.
And she's
Puts the
definitely
fifth
in
nine.
speed mode now.
She certainly is. Climbing with that aggression that we saw yesterday, and she drops down in control. Looking really good. Come on, Ema. 10 seconds left. Reaches with that drag, but it's so hard to clip. She needs that clip. And that clip will definitely count in the rankings. Come on, Ema. And her time's up, and she's not clipped it. But she did make contact with that hold. And she's going to rest. Will she want to cut loose? I think she'll probably want to make that clip rather than take the lob. Oh gosh, you can see she's not psyched. Come on, Ema. There she goes. Takes a deep breath. Bit of a crack in the back, but your man on the B-lane did a great job.
That was such a good go for her.
Awesome effort from Ema
Yeah.
McSwiggan, especially after she climbed so slow in those initial stages. She really found the pace towards the end and put in a great attempt on this ladies' final route.
She was so close to making that final clip too.
So close. And as we saw with Angelica, it really is a case of getting the weight across before you try and make the clip. Let's see that in replay. We can see some of those initial hard moves. Takes that left-hand side into that undercut, and we saw how controlled she was at this point.
All the way from Korea, Shin.
Big move up for that right hand. Oh, and so solid when she hit that in the fig four. And this was where she really picked up the pace.
We're going to keep all these for the men's competition, so we didn't draw your number, don't go anywhere, because we're going to have more for you.
Then cut loose into that box. So solid.
984, you have a red ticket.
And you can see with the blue and white buff, Mr. O, he's one of the judges all the way from South Korea. And there is South Korean athlete and our first place qualifier from the semi-finals yesterday, Won Shin. And our last female competitor today. As it stands, Nadia Galyamova will be in third place, Ema McSwiggan in second, and Angelica Rayner in the first position. Of course, those are only provisional results. Let's see if Won Shin can do something to upset them. And if anyone can, she can. Very, very strong competitor. There's Ema having a chat with God MacArthur, good friend of hers. Big hugs and great support all round. Won Shin finished fourth overall last year, taking 8th place in Bozeman, 2nd place in her home comp of Cheongsong. She placed 5th in Sasfei and 6th in Rabenstein. She's in great form at the moment, so let's see how she finishes today. Don't forget, you can get in touch on social media using that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. Tweet us. Let us know where you are in the world, where you're tuning in from. It's always great to have you on board. There's the hashtag on your screen.
Get your red ticket out too, because I have $200 of Adidas shoes I would like to give away.
Just getting herself tied in
Adidas shoes,
before she begins her climbing.
Adidas shoes do have
And it looks like Amir is just learning how close the results were.
Of course, and her and Angelica having a chat there, and Ian Hansen on hand to have a chat with them too. We'll be joined by Ian Hansen later on for the men's competition, so hopefully he'll be able to give us some inside info into what they were saying. The men's final will begin at 7 p.m. local time. We'll be live streaming it, of course, on Facebook and YouTube, so make sure you tune in for that broadcast. As always, send in your comments, send in your questions. We'll do our best to ask the athletes and the commentators whenever we can.
Psychological study done on raffles. What happens and what you feel, the same guy wins 4 prizes.
Won Shin just in a bit of a hang up there with the tying in. Maybe she's got numb fingers. That big down jacket obstructing her view. She's getting some help from a local organiser.
one last competitor. After this competitor goes,
Good to see the crowd out supporting them, all wrapped up warm in their big down jackets, or in America they call them puffy jackets. Is that right?
Both go.
Both go.
Puffy down jackets.
Would you ever call them a down puffy jacket?
Sure.
I think you're just humouring me there. So 7:30 on the clock for Wunxian Shin, who was taking a moment at the beginning to take a big deep breath and compose herself. Nice shot there. You saw of her just closing her eyes and taking a big inhale, exhale before she begins her attempt. Places that left tool. And then you see one of those super light tools that the Koreans use, the extended handle and the added trigger.
She is climbing very quickly.
She's
off
climbing
the bat.
super quickly. I mean, obviously there's a lot of climbing to come. Makes sense that she's moving quick. Wunxian Shin's a very rounded competitor. Would you say there was one element of her climbing that was her strength?
You know, she seems like she's really solid in all disciplines. I haven't spent enough time watching her to know her quirks, but
Certainly from following the
looks
tour
strong
last
tonight.
year, she was just a very solid competitor, and either it worked out for her or it didn't. It didn't seem to be one underlying thing that that influenced it. It was so hard to put your finger on. But when she is on form, she is easily one of the best athletes, and of course showed that yesterday, qualifying for first in the semi-finals, and is our final athlete of the Women's UIAA Ice Climbing World Cup round here in Durango. Very interesting foot placement as she reaches over. Totally different to any of the other female athletes. Where we saw Angelica Reiner with her super high and super wide right foot, she was on that painted volume, but it's not troubled her. She's moved in control, taking that left hand backhand on the volume, reaching down, shifting the weight across. Oh wow.
very, very smooth.
So smooth indeed into that Stein. And she's reached up and clipped, and that was a key moment for Eamon McSwiggan. She lost a lot of energy misclipping that one. But Wunxian Shin doesn't make any mistakes there. Moves straight across onto that golf ball. Throws in that fig four. I have a feeling she's going to hit that first time, and of course she does. So solid. Great climbing so far from Wunxian Shin. 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. That's a minute faster than Angelica Reiner, and we thought Angelica was fast.
She is really crushing tonight.
So she places that left hand tool. No trouble whatsoever. Getting the weight under that left hand. Reaching up for the clip. There it is. Matches with that tool. And there comes the big lock up to that little grey edge. What would you say that Wunxian Shin's done different to everybody else so far, Katie?
She is climbing so much faster than everybody else, and it'll be interesting to see if that's just her MO and she can just move that faster, if she'll start to pay a price for having so little recovery. But
yeah, that's
right
the one
now it
thing
looks
she's
like
not
she may
shaked
pay
at
no
all.
price.
Yeah. Really interesting that she's not stopped to shake. She just skipped a move, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe she didn't. I feel like I might be getting confused, but I thought the other climbers went one move higher before they came across. Nevertheless, Wunxian Shin's not tried to clip yet. Here she goes. Oh, she looks so strong. Loads in the tank.
Got it.
Do you know what? I think we might see a top here. I might have jinxed her. I hope not. But she made that clip so easily. Taking her time, just untangling herself from the rope and untangling herself to get into the right orientation to make this next move. 3 minutes and 35 on the clock. We saw Angelica Reiner with a bit of time pressure here. But Wunxian Shin into the Stein. The first time we've seen anyone get there. Drops the Fig 9 in. Brilliant physicality here from Wunxian Shin.
Oh, and she's stuck.
Oh no, she does not
no.
want to drop that tool.
Well, it's stuck in the rope now. It
Oh
looks
no!
like.
If she drops it, it's immediate disqualification. And she was so close. That was a moment of relief there for Wunxian Shin, because that would have been a terrible mistake to make. So much drag in the system, but with 3 minutes on the clock, she's got so much time to go. She's using the clip to clip the rope rather than the rope in the
on
clip.
her knee.
Wow. Pulling out all the different measures. She's just fig-forward the rope at this point. not too worried. She's taking her time with 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Awesome climbing from Won-Seon Shin here. And in this point, she's moved ahead of Angelica Reiner and Emma McSwiggan into first place. And the provisional results will see her on the top spot, Angelica in second and Emma in third, which I'm sure she'll be delighted with. The first podium of the season and the first podium ever. I'd love to see a top here. That would be a brilliant finish and a well-deserved gold medal. At this point, she's almost sat on the box. Just to give you an idea of the angle, that's from directly below her. People really cheering her on in the crowd.
She's probably trying to figure out how she's supposed to clip the end with so much rope drag.
Oh, I mean, such hard moves to make, and the rope drag as well as a factor. What do you think will be going through her mind at this point?
Perhaps a little bit of confusion about the rope, because she didn't get it flipped over the box like Angelica did, go down. So she's got a little bit more rope drag to work with. And she probably has no idea that she is crushing so much harder than everybody else right now.
And with 1 minute 30 on the clock, she's still got plenty of time. Kicks into the underside of that box.
Oh, wow.
Manages to stick that. Unbelievable. Such strong tension there. Strong in the core and strong in the bicep. Brilliant, brilliant athlete, Won-Seon Shin. Reaches down into the underside of that box, onto that pink and blue hold, into the fig four, and she's got a minute to go. Feels like time stopped that she's got so much time left on the clock. She's got a tool into that final hold, and now what I think will be the crux is going to be clipping that anchor. Won-Seon Shin's going to have to use every trick in the book to clip that last clip.
She has 32 seconds to clip that quick drop.
32 seconds on the clock, as you heard our compere say there. 36-year-old Won-Seon Shin needs to pull something out the bag here. Matches in. To get a top, she has got to match that tool and clip the anchor. She pulls hard. She needs to put the rope in her teeth, but of course the tool's in her mouth. Come on! Won-Seon Shin for the win. 5 seconds on the clock. It's not going to happen. But what an awesome effort for Won-Seon Shin as she times out. Just too much drag in the system, but a brilliant attempt nonetheless. She needs to just pop off now and take the victory lob. Katie, how extraordinary was that?
She really showed today that she was so far above every other woman on this course. She moved with so much deliberate movement.
And a huge round of applause from the crowd and from the fellow competitors. And she gives a big hug there to who I believe is the coach. Here it is, Kim Hyung-gun. Very pleased man. Won-Seon Shin there, well deserved, and unofficially will take the gold medal. We have to wait for, of course, the 10-minute period for appeals to be lodged and the judges to sign off on those results. But what an awesome effort. We'll see the crowd now nip back inside to get themselves a beer between the ladies and the men's. So Katie, let's have a quick chat about those overall performances. 8 athletes, 4 different countries. Russians not making the podium here.
That's true. The Russians did not have a strong showing tonight.
That's the first competition of the season. The first time, in fact, last year there was always a Russian on the podium on every comp.
Wow.
And so the first in over a season, the first time that a Russian's not made the podium. Just goes to show how hard people have been training, how hard these routes were. And sometimes when luck's not on your side, like we saw with Maria Tolokanina, for example, last year's overall winner, who just fell so low down almost on the first move. This was the point when Won-Seon Shin almost lost her tool. Just at the point where it was going to fall off, she picked it up.
Absolutely.
So close, skin of her teeth.
And I think tonight, too, speaks to the broadening ice climbing community. Ireland is not known for its ice climbing.
No, it's...
And she showed that she can compete with the best of them.
Well, interestingly, Emma McSwiggan actually took up climbing once she moved to South Korea. Before that, 6 years ago, she'd never ice climbed before. It was only when she moved to South Korea that she took it up. We're going to hopefully have some interviews with our podium positions, or hopefully the winner at some point. Jack McGill's down there. He's going to be having a chat with Angelica Reiner. Until then, we've got lots of time to talk about the other performances. And hopefully he'll be chatting to Won-Seon Shin too. Emma McSwiggan, Angelica Reiner and Won-Seon Shin in third, second and first place. Couple of minutes until we get that. And of course the appeals process is still underway while we wait to see if anybody has lodged an appeal. Big thank you to the presenting sponsors in the top right hand of your screen, the North Face South Korea, who of course this broadcast would not be possible without, and of course these competitions would not be possible without. We should have an interview right now with Won-Seon Shin and Jack McGill. Let's see what she has to say.
Won-Seon, congratulations. An amazing climb. How do you feel?
This was first competition of this season. I win, so I'm so happy.
It looked a really tough route up there. Can you tell me how it felt as you were going up?
It was not so many. I don't have many experience about this movable construction. It was so fun and I feel so hard, but I climbed well, so I'm really happy.
And tremendous support from everybody down here. Did that spur you on? Did it encourage you?
Huh?
The support from everybody was amazing, yes?
Yes, many people cheer on me, so I have more power, so I climbed well.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations on that amazing climb.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jack, and thank you, Won-Seon Shin, and congratulations on the first gold medal of the 2017 season. And as we heard there, Katie, Won-Seon Shin doesn't have experience with these moving boxes, but climbed them so well. I mean, we maybe saw that in her lack of decisions with those movements, but it didn't show very much, did it?
No, it did not.
How hard is it to anticipate the movement of those boxes when you're on there?
It's very difficult, and so generally you just end up using a lot more core tension in order to anticipate, even though it ends up being a little bit of wasted energy.
Of course. And there's Pavel Dobrinsky and Kim Hyung-gun, two of our setters from the competition, and a big smile on Kim Hyung-gun's face because, of course, one of his athletes takes the top spot and one of his athletes takes the bronze medal, Emma McSwiggan. How must Emma be feeling? Her first final of the season, only her second final ever, and she's got a medal to take home with her.
You know, I think she's probably stoked out of her mind and is probably recalibrating the way she's looking at the whole rest of her season.
I cannot wait to see the smile on that lady's face in the bar later on.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for an interview with Angelica, but just to remind you, we will be coming back shortly at 7 p.m. with the men's final broadcast. Do tune in on Facebook or YouTube. Don't forget you can drop all your comments and questions in on Twitter or on Facebook using that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to show you the provisional final results. Katie, this wall, 12 metres high, they've only had 4 months to build it, and it's been really a big community effort to get it up there. How was it to climb on?
It was a lot of fun. It was really difficult. Each move, you really had to dig really deep, and but I think that made it really exciting as well.
And it seemed that style carried through into the finals as well.
Absolutely, that's true.
Let's have a look at those provisional results for the women's finals. So in 8th place, and a massive shock, Maria Tolokonina of Russia, last year's champion, in the lowest place. And then close behind her, Masha Edler in 7th place, again with a low fall. 6th place after that nasty foot pop in the right-hand move, Hannah Rai Song. Mariam Filipova in 5th place, who fell off after lots of efforts going up to that really tricky left-hand placement after the traverse. Nadia Galyamova, who lost her tool Dino in for that hold before the boxes takes 4th place, and then for your podiums. And we must stress that these are provisional results at this stage, but as it stands, in 3rd place, and what a fantastic weekend for Ireland's Emma McSwiggan. In 2nd place, the Italian beast, Angelica Reiner, takes her silver medal home with her. And in 1st place, Korea's very own Wonseon Shin will be going home with a gold medal. For now, that's all from us. We will be coming back, and we must stress we'll be coming back at 7 p.m. on YouTube and on Facebook. Do tune in. Hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing for the comments and the questions. We cannot wait to see you later. Thank you so much, Katie, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I've been Liam Lonsdale, and will continue to be Liam Lonsdale for the rest of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to the 2017 UIAA Ice Climbing World Cup here in Durango. We are almost ready to start with the men's final. It's going to be a beauty, believe me. But let me say this first before we start. Apologies for the delay. We have had some slight issues with the route setting. There was a hold that broke while the guys were changing the routes. And unfortunately, they had to start again. As you can see, this is a very technical set that we've got here. And whilst we're talking, the route observation is going on. Earlier this evening, we saw a spectacular women's final. And we should have those results for you. Some shock results, in fact. In last place, last year's overall winner, Maria Tolokanina, who had a very low fall. She placed 8th. In 7th place, Russian compadre Masha Edler finished 7th. Hannah Rice Song with another awkward foot pop in 6th. Marianne Filipova in 5th. Nadia Galyamova in 4th, but what an incredible podium. Emma McSwiggan taking her first medal of an Ice Climbing World Cup with a bronze. 2nd place, Angelica Reiner of Italy with a silver medal to mark the start of her season. And in 1st place, well deserved after a phenomenal performance, Wunxian Shin takes the gold. We're actually going to be able to review some of those things, but before we do that, I'd like to welcome Ian Hansen.
Thank you.
Ian's joining me this evening for the commentary. Now, Ian, let's take a look at Angelica. This is our silver medal performance. She moved very quickly through those early moves. This move, what did you think of this one?
This move, when I was looking at it, a lot of people were struggling there, and this one as well. And Angelica just seemed to cruise through both of them.
She moved really confidently in those sections. And then this is the position where she moves onto those free hanging boxes, which we didn't see in the qualifiers or the semi-finals, especially for the finals. And there, fatigue set in, and she just couldn't kick her feet back in, and her time ran out, and there you go. And then, of course, bronze medalist Ireland's Emma McSwiggan. What an incredible performance. She was a much slower starter.
She was slower, but she, again, was very, very smooth, very confident climbing. And you can see that she's been training hard all summer long.
And that training definitely paid off as she cruised through the route all the way up into positions that nobody else managed to get into. And as you see there, she took that blue hold before she bust out to the box, a technique that Wunxian Shin didn't emulate. Wunxian Shin went direct, skipping that move, and we're able to see that shortly. But Emma McSwiggan taking a grey high point. And here is the move. So where we just saw Emma going up to the next hold, Wunxian Shin just moved straight out into the box. Some great athleticism there.
I was just screaming my head off when I saw that.
And this point, she was so close to losing her axe. I actually had a chat with her just between the transition, and she was saying how she saw it and just caught it at the very last second.
Yeah, but when you were watching it, it looked like she was just super confident and didn't even seem to notice that it was hanging there. She just seemed to be very relaxed and very, very smooth climber.
It was so good to see her performing so unbelievably well. And of course, we are almost ready to start with the men's final. Before we do, we were lucky enough yesterday to catch up with first-time senior finalist Noah Bake of Canada. Let's see what he had to say about the competition.
My name is Noah Bake. I'm from Canada, and I started ice climbing competitively 3 years ago. Today was a surprise. I didn't really expect to do this good. The semifinals route was incredibly hard and very powerful and technical, and I think a lot of people found that the same way.
Boom, just pops out of there. Oh, and he drops it as well.
A lot of the moves were very big, and to deal with that, you just kind of have to get your feet uncomfortably high. As you progress up, you kind of can spring off of them almost. The rain was awesome. It kind of adds a little bit of hairiness to it. Makes it a little more sketchy, kind of more real. I was thinking in Colorado that it would be -10, but no, it's pouring on us, so I didn't bring Gore-Tex.
Awesome video there, and nice to get an insight from the 19-year-old Canadian. Ian, tell me this. What's going through that young lad's head tonight?
You know, I just saw him a minute ago, and he was full of smiles. I think he's very excited to have made it this far. He definitely deserves it, but I think it was a bit unexpected for him. So I think he's excited to climb, but also, probably nervous a little bit. But mostly I think he's just excited to be here, excited to be in finals.
And it's a well-deserved place. He climbed so confidently, actually qualifying in 4th place. There's a look at our judging team for this evening. In the red and black jacket is Carlos Teixeira, president of the judges. That smiley gentleman in the green helmet is Dirk. He is one of our American judges. A brilliant team of officials here this weekend who have done a phenomenal job with some pretty challenging conditions in all regards, not to mention disintegrating score sheets in the rain. I'm going to give you a quick run through of our finalists this evening in the order that they will be climbing. So 8th place qualifier and first out tonight will be South Korea's Hyung Park. Second out will be Alexei Tomilov of Russia, followed by Janusz Wolszak of Slovenia, then Maxim Tomilov of Russia. Noah Bake, who we just saw in that video from Canada, will be coming out 5th, followed by Nikolai Kuzovlev of Russia, Valentin Sipovin of Ukraine, and our first place qualifier and 8th climber will be Alexei Dengin of Russia. There is going to be a bit of a delay, we've been told. As you can see on the screen, the guys are just working out how to use that cherry picker. Only joking, but they are doing a great job despite the delays. I have to say they've worked absolutely tirelessly to make this event happen. It all started only 4 months ago, and most of these events are preparing the year before. The man in the green jacket just jumped over there now in the green and grey jacket is Pavel Dobrinsky. He is one of the route setters here. He's our head route setter, in fact, this weekend. Don't forget, there's a lovely video you can watch of him and his co-setter, who's on there with him, Kim Hyung-go, of them demonstrating the rules of how you can take holds and the punishments that will be incurred if you break those rules. Ian, did you break any rules this weekend?
I did not break any rules this
So you
weekend.
didn't get hit in the head with a plank?
No.
Excellent. So you can see there, they're just making it work, trying to make it work. Talk me through your competition, Ian, because of course you had a really good qualifying round. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I was very pleased with my qualifying round. You know, I've been training a lot harder this year than I have previously, and I was kind of nervous going into this round of competition because I was uncertain. You know, you can train hard, but you don't always know how well that's going to pay off. But coming into the first route, I felt confident, I felt strong, and looking back at the video, I feel like I'm just kind of running up the route.
You really did, and when I watched you, I remember thinking, crikey, Ian's flying. Don't forget you can get in touch with us here. You can ask myself or Ian questions, you can drop comments in, use that hashtag UIAA Mountains on Twitter, or you can get in touch by commenting on Facebook. Tambri Hunt Garcia's got in touch saying that she's so excited for the event, and let me tell you this, Tambri, Ian and I are also very excited. Bozeman Ice Climbing Festival have got in touch. They've been sharing the video. A big thank you to Jojo and his team over in Bozeman, who have got significantly colder conditions, I've been told. How about we take a look at where we are? So we're here in Durango, but specifically we're here at the Scar Brew House, and the Scar Brewing Company have done a phenomenal job of putting on the hosting of this event. Let's see a little bit more about what it looks like.
We're here at Ska Brewing Company, which we founded in 1995, so we're 21 years old now. We make about 37,000 barrels of beer a year. We're in the top 80 breweries of the 5,000 breweries that are now in the United States. We're thrilled to be having this competition. I think it's going to be kind of like a beehive here. And there's some of the best climbers from around the world. It's really special to be able to have that in Durango. It means a lot to be a part of it here at Ska, and so I don't really know what to expect. I've never seen anything like this before, so it's going to be cool.
Lovely little video there from Dave Thibodeau, the founder and owner of the Ska Brewing Company. Ian, I would like you shortly to think of a word. I'm giving you a chance to think of a word here to describe the competition. But before we do that, let's have a quick chat about the competition conditions. Traditionally, in ice climbing events, there is ice. And the eagle-eyed amongst the spectators will notice that there isn't any ice. It was very cold, and then it warmed up, and the ice melted. Does that affect the competition for you at all, or for the other athletes, do you think?
Well, technically speaking, when it comes to the routes, you see Pavel has been doing a great job setting dry tooling routes. but you know, you get that mental aspect of it's warm, it's not winter, you know, what's going on here. So, you know, you have a kind of mental aspect to it, but their outsetters have done such a great job that once you get on the route, once you start climbing, you know, you're focused on that. So, and that's really how it should be.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you had lots of conditions to contend with, as we saw in Noah's video. We've pretty much had everything from bright sunshine to hailstone, to rain, to snow, blizzard conditions. We've had a lot of wind, we've had it freezing cold, and it's been very warm. Does that impact on your competition at all?
Yeah, this morning we were here before the speed competition, and it was, I was here at about 6:30, 7 o'clock, and it was total snowstorm, very, very cold, and we were all inside thinking this is going to be interesting, because we had the rain yesterday, and we were thinking, oh, now it's going to be just as miserable with wind and snow, but it's going to be a lot colder.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that looks like it's not going to be the case this evening. It's nice and chilly, but looks like it's not too windy and not much precipitation as far as I can tell.
So, a short moment ago, I did ask you to think of a word to describe the competition, and I don't want you to give me that just yet. What I want you to do is still think of that word to describe the competition, and I want everybody that's tuned in and watching to also try and think of a word to describe that competition. If you've got that word, stick it in the comments, just that one word. We'll maybe allow two. The best ones we're going to read out. You can also tweet it, #UIAA Ice Climbing. Stick that in Twitter or in the Facebook comments, and we'll read out the best ones. So that's one word to describe the competition. It looks like the guys are moving the cherry picker out the way, so we're pretty close now. The guys have all seen the route. They're back in isolation, making their final preparations. In the blue jacket there's Kendra Stritch. She was competing earlier today. Whew, I'm very excited about this. I don't know about you. So let's, while you guys are all putting your comments in the box, coming up with your one-word description for the competition, let's see what some of the athletes thought about the competition in one word for them.
One word, how would you say?
It was a beautiful day.
Unbelievably epic. Definitely exciting for me.
Explosively spectacular.
Exhilarating.
Inspiration. A round of applause from the crowd.
Spectacular.
Educational.
It was wet. It was wet. That's all I can say. Very wet.
Indeed, it was very wet. Go on then, Ian, what's your word?
I'm going to cheat, since you told everybody else that they could write one or two words online. First word is surprising.
Okay.
Definitely surprising competition. Second, for me, exciting. So, surprising and exciting.
Why was it surprising for you?
Well, first of all, you have all of the conditions, what was going on, and then because of that difficult route setting, we saw a lot of people come off a lot earlier, but then we also saw Noah just cruising through and doing so phenomenally that, you know, I don't know if there are a lot of people who were expecting that.
Well, speaking of people that are not expecting things, we have managed to grab a live interview with Judge Lee Spokus. She's down at the bottom of the wall with Jack McGill. Let's see what she's got to say about the event.
Thanks, Liam. Yes, I'm down here at the wall with Judge Lee Spokus. Lee, it's been a bit of a hold-up for the start of the men's final. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on?
Well, we have the route all set, but as you see up there, our anchor draw was stuck up on the block, and we were having a lot of difficulty getting it back into place. We want to make sure everything is perfect before we send these athletes up.
Can you give us an ETA? I think Liam's jokes up there in the commentary box might be wearing thin with our audience.
Really?
What's our ETA on getting started tonight?
A good estimate would be we should be having athletes out in probably the next 5 minutes.
All right, that's good news. It's been a really exciting evening so far. The women's event was just full of drama. How much have you enjoyed it?
Absolutely, completely. I don't think I could enjoy it any more.
Who did you give us your highlights of what were your highlights of the earlier session?
Oh my gosh, they were all pretty amazing, but everyone's performance, especially the women who did make it up to the blocks there, was pretty fantastic. Showstopper moves.
Well, you've got a job to do. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks very much for taking time out to talk to us.
So, great to hear from Lee Spokas there, one of our judges. And she's actually from Bozeman, but now resides over in Sonora in California. Very keen climber and instructor. Ian, we're almost ready to go, and I know I've said that a couple of times, but the guys are working their butts off, to coin an American phrase. Earlier today we saw some fantastic speed climbing in the North American Championships. Maybe you could explain a little bit about the fact that it was conducted on wood.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we've mentioned several times already today, it has been warm recently, so the organizers weren't able to make ice for the wall, which usually when ice climbing, speed climbing, we have ice for the speed tower. Unfortunately, that is not the case here in Durango, and that meant that the organizers decided that it would be a North American competition, but that...
i.e. not a UIAA officially
yes.
sanctioned event.
Yes.
We can actually see on the screen now that the judges are just making their final observations of the route. So they've got a printed picture there of the actual route that's going to be climbed. And what they're doing is marking those holds to give them official scores, working with Pavel, the route setter, and then they know that as the climbers take or use those holds, then they can factor in those scores. Speaking of scores, I'd like to look quickly at the Maria Tolokanina attempt. She finished 8th, so last in the finals today. Very unexpected. Let's see what that looked like. Oh, there's Won-Seon Shin taking the victory whip. Amazing effort from her. Carlos Teixeira there in the red and black. So this is Maria Tolokanina. This is basically still in the pre-clip zone. She's passing the first clip at this point. So low down on the route. And then watch that. Her left foot didn't stick. Her tool was tangled in the rope. And her right foot just popped. How disappointed is that lady going to be, Ian?
It's as disappointing as it can be. You know, Maria was a top contender. She did extremely well last year, and I assume that she was expecting to do very well this year.
I mean, she took the overall title last year. She won 3 of the 4 competitions. You know, we saw her on the stairs earlier, and she was very upset. And
understandably so.
Understandably so, exactly. That said, I will not be surprised when she comes back out in Beijing and crushes.
No, I expect that she will.
If anyone can dust herself off and crush, then that lady is one of them. As we mentioned yesterday in the semi-finals, Maria Tolokanina returned from a 2-year break after giving birth to a daughter back in 2016. It was her first season back, and then she won 3 of the 4 events. So not bad, really. I think we can expect big things from her this year.
Yeah. After taking 2 years off and coming back and doing so well last year, I don't think this little hiccup will affect her too much.
So, you know, obviously there's lots of stuff going on. The judges are making notes. The setters are rebuilding the routes. Is it common to wait around so much at a competition like this?
Yes. In one word, yes. It is very common to sit around and wait.
Things can happen unpredictably, I guess.
Yeah, we mentioned that it can be frustrating when the schedule isn't kept precisely. But a lot of the competitors don't actually have watches. We're not allowed to have phones or any of that kind of thing in isolation. So, you know, sometimes if it isn't way delayed, you might just put it down to nerves, feeling like time is going slower than it actually is.
One of those guys that's in isolation right now, and one of those guys that probably is being quite frustrated, especially as one of the top competitors on the tour, is Hyung Park. And we were lucky enough to catch up with him yesterday to find out what he thinks about the competition.
It's first time Ice World Cup in Durango. Yeah, I'm very happy and very exciting competition. I remember last year in Bozeman, so this time I have some mistake. I'm first place. So every time training times I remember I don't making the mistake. Try to my best every competition like the same.
Do you think you can win?
Yeah, hopefully. I want to win.
Climbing is a really important part of my life. It is a really cool way to get in touch with like the limits of your experience and ability and judgment. Really cool way that you don't necessarily get to do on a daily basis. And it's also an amazing way to make incredible friendships and explore the mountains and explore new places. And so climbing's pretty incredible. I am super excited about having the World Cup in Colorado. It's super rare that there are World Cups in the States in general for smaller sports like ice climbing. So the fact that we have one in the United States is amazing, and the fact that it's in Colorado and I can drive to it is just really stellar.
I compete every ice climbing World Cup of this season. So I go Beijing and Cheongsong, Switzerland, Italy, France, everywhere. This is the first competition of this season, so I think it will be tough because every strong climber compete and we see. But hopefully I can win.
Great to hear from Hyung Park, Katie Bono and Wonseon Shin there. Of course, Katie joined us for the co-commentary in the women's final. And she did a great job, I'm sure you'll agree. And there was some nice footage in the video there of her in Bozeman last year. And of course, you will have seen in that video of Wonseon Shin, her saying that hopefully she can win. And, well, she did win. Ian, another question for you. Isolation. So, could you describe, first of all, what isolation is in the physical sense?
Yeah, so isolation is basically a place where you get locked away and wait for stuff to happen. More specifically, like we're seeing here on the screen as we've been talking about, the route setters have to prepare the route for the men's competition now, but the men are not allowed to see what is going on. They're not allowed to see the route being set, and they're not allowed to see other competitors. Obviously, after they've climbed, they're allowed to stay outside and watch. You're not thrown back in isolation. So isolation is an area that you can warm up, you can relax, you can get ready for the competition without seeing what is going on. And that also means that you're not allowed to have access to social media, you're not allowed to have access to pictures of the route, and you're not allowed to have any means of contacting people who could give you information about the route or how other people have been doing.
Well, nice that you should mention social media, because you might remember about 10 minutes ago I asked all of the viewers at home to write on Twitter their one-word description of the event, like we saw in the video and like we asked Ian to. And my favourite has got to be the one from Roman Chernov, who's tuned in from Russia, and it's probably about 4:30 a.m, maybe even later for him, or earlier, depending on your outlook. And Roman said, Possible. I can't even say it. He's made a word up.
Possible.
Possible. And it's climbers going beyond possible and impossible. Well, Roman, thank you for not only contributing, but for making your own word up. That showed great creativity, and your contribution is much appreciated. Okay, there are the climbers. And looking at the fact that they are equipped with binoculars, that would suggest that we are ready for the route observation, Ian. On the left, of course, in the bright yellow jacket looking up to the sky is Hyung Park. Next to him is the young hotshot from Canada in the orange jacket. That's Noah Bake. And now everyone's got their back to me, so it's going to be difficult for me to tell you who's who. But amongst them, of course, you've got Janusz Volshak, Maxim Tomilov, Nikolai Kozovlev, Valentin Sipovin, Alexei Dengin, and Alexei Tomilov. Is at this point, during the route observation, there's like a bit of an element of competitiveness for space. Is space of a premium? Are people trying to get up close? What's going on there in terms of the dynamic, Ian?
My first competition, I was actually surprised how hopeful other competitors are during route preview. You'd think that, you look around and you see that they're kind of running around. They're all trying to get in there to take a look at that red hold that we saw a minute ago. But if you're down there among the competitors, you can see that they're talking to each other. They're saying, "Hey, what do you think of that hold? Is it underneath? Is it is it a Stein? Do I have to take it like that? What do you think of this move? What do you think of that move?"
And so, of course, it's perfectly within the rules to communicate with your fellow competitors at this point, talk about how you might climb the route. is there any element of maybe, we'd call it in England, sandbagging? I don't know if that translates, but basically telling people the wrong beater.
I mean, that's obviously a possibility, but I haven't seen it so far in the few years that I've been competing, and really just how open and welcoming different competitors are. I don't think that that's that much of a problem.
And you can see Alexei Tomilov there in the blue gloves and black jacket, just visualizing the moves. He's climbing the moves with his hands. How important is the visualization element of this?
Visualization.
Try that again.
Yeah, I'm really good at talking good. But whatever you can do to try to remember a route, whether it's drawing a sketch in a notebook, kind of talking to yourself, or trying to go through the moves with your hands like you see a lot of the competitors doing. Here you can see, if you look at his hands down there, he's kind of moving a little bit, but that really helps try to lock in the movements. We're only allowed a couple of minutes to preview the route, and then we have one attempt to get as high as possible.
So these athletes have got 6 minutes to look at this route, and during that 6 minutes, like you already hinted, they are allowed to take notes, and you saw Alexei Dengin actually making notes there. What sort of things would you be writing down?
It's not as detailed as you might think. Sometimes it's just a brief sketch of what the wall looks like, maybe where some of these volumes are, and then you just draw where the holds are. And that might just be like a little circle or a little square. And then a lot of times they'll write just a little arrow indicating where on the hold you're supposed to take it. Every once in a while, climbers will write additional symbols, maybe like a C for a crux. I know Yannick writes A for Achtung, because that's where he needs to pay attention, but...
And so climbers have their own individual code as to what they might write and what that would mean for them.
Yeah, generally it looks like a very, very simple topo.
Super, super interesting. And right now, Jack McGill is down on the competition surface. He's following the athletes round. They've probably only got a couple more minutes left of the route preview, and then of course they'll go back into isolation, and then we'll have our first athlete a couple of minutes after that. Once he's tied in, got his crampons on, we'll have Hyung Park of Korea out there, and you can just see him in the bright yellow jacket. And there's some of our lovely crowd giving us a wave. Great to see the locals having such a good time here at the Scar Brew House for the Scar Brewing Company. And why don't we find out a little bit more about Durango and the town that we are in.
Durango, Colorado. We're the far southwestern corner of the state of Colorado. We're situated right where the mountains pretty much hit the desert. So we're just north of the New Mexico border. We got skiing minutes to the north, desert minutes to the south. All of that it comes down to this little central spot, and it's the town of Durango. The entire population of town is around 16,000. It's an old mining town. A lot of outdoor activity here. A river runs right through the middle of town. Everybody in town skis here. Everybody climbs here. And there's great ice climbing literally just up the highway. The thing about Durango is that it's far removed from big cities. The closest big city is Albuquerque, which is about a 3.5-hour drive. The beauty of Durango is it's a small enough town that everybody really gets along and looks out for each other. It's a special place.
And a lovely look at the beautiful town of Durango here in the southwestern tip of Colorado. Southeastern tip of Colorado, rather. If you are on Twitter or on Facebook, you can of course check out some of the added content that we've been posting during the event. Use the hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing if you want to converse with us. You can see one of the photographers climbing the structure there. But on Facebook and Twitter, the team from the UIAA and from QTV have been running around, getting all sorts of added content, behind the scenes footage, glimpses at what it might look like in isolation, glimpses of what it might look like going out to route preview. In fact, a video's just been uploaded this second to Facebook and Twitter, so you can find out all about those individual elements of the competition by going onto those channels. We are almost ready to go. The athletes are now walking back into isolation. With the temperatures being as cold as this, Ian, it's not an easy sport to be a spectator.
No, it's pretty hard watching, you know.
They all seem pretty well equipped, though.
Yeah, especially with the brewery that we're sitting in.
Yeah, they can escape to the warmth pretty quick.
Yeah. Warmth, and got some nice food in there, got some good drinks.
Yeah.
So not too bad a place to be hanging out.
And so, let's have a talk about the men's competition from yesterday. There was a few surprises that didn't make the finals. One, for example, would be Sergei Tarasov. He was very consistent last year, but he hasn't made the finals. He was one of the victims of that low, difficult move on the semi-finals boulder. It was a boulder problem, essentially. And then Yannick Gotthard also didn't make it. Was there anyone that didn't make it that you were expected to see in the final?
Well, you named both of the two climbers that I was really surprised didn't make it into the final. I was looking at results earlier today to kind of try to figure out what happened, and I noticed that there were a lot of climbers who fell off on that lower hold, and I think that kind of pushed it back into the results from qualifications, which does happen from time to time. You know, it was mostly just those two climbers that I was very, very surprised, because they've been climbing so well recently, and to just kind of fall off and not make it into finals was a big upset.
Well, one thing that I particularly liked was when Yannick said that you either win or you learn, and he said this was very much a learning experience for him. And how about a learning experience for us? We can actually take a look at some of those holds now. Let's do our own route reading section, Ian. So on the bottom of the screen, on that blocks volume, you can see some of the out of bounds tape. That looks like it might be a Stein. I think it looks like the red's on top of that. Would you agree there or not?
Yeah, from this angle it appears to be a Stein, like you say. It might even be a sketchy little undercling, because if you look, it's right at the corner of
course,
that
yeah,
part
the apex. And then from there, big move to one of those notorious holds.
Yeah, we call those intellect holds. Not exactly sure why. Maybe it's because you have to think really hard, figure out, am I going to fall off of this thing?
And so if you look on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, there's a red hold on its own with some black dots to its left-hand side. Those black dots are a steel plate. Those are the only part of the hold that you can use both within the rules and actually physically. The rest of the hold is awful. And those holds are really small.
Yeah, I was actually down there checking it out when Pavel was setting that hold. And he was fiddling around in his bag of holds and grabbed that, and I just thought to myself, man, he is mean, because that is nothing to hold on to.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't pull any punches. And then it looks like from that intellect hold, which should be quite directional, you move up into that shoulder move. Let's have a look at the upper part of the route. So that looks like one of those golf ball holds on the top of that orange volume, and that's the point where the angle changes and they're going to move up into the boxes. That looks like a tough move. So I think maybe they're going to have to take that as a backhand and then step up high to reach into the boxes. You can see the box in the top corner of the screen above the UIAA logo. So that's a big old reach there.
Yeah, you can just barely see the corner of that box in the view we have now. And that golf ball hold that we're talking about, that blue hold on that orange box, yeah, it does have a little positive bit of golf ball there, but that golf ball is very, very smooth. And the way they have it positioned on this box means that they can't really rest in that position. They're going to have to get their feet up high, have a lot of body tension, and reach out, just stretch as far as they can onto that box, which, as when we were watching with the women, is not stable at all. So that should definitely be very interesting to see.
And of course, as we saw with the women, we didn't actually see anyone get up to that box until we saw Angelika Reiner, Ema McSwiggan and Wunseon Shin get up there, and what an awesome job they did. So it's no guarantee that the guys will make it to the top of those boxes. Hopefully we will see that. I'm going to put you on the spot, Ian. Give me your top three in reverse order.
Top 3 reverse order. I would say possibly Alexei Dengyan,
third.
top competitor. Then another Alexei Tomilov.
Second.
And Park Hee-young.
Wow.
That's what I'm going for.
No Maxim Tomilov in the podium then.
It's always Tomilov brothers. Both of them are climbing very well. So could be Alexei, could be Maxim. But
so you're saying there's going to be a Tomilov brother in the
yes,
in the podium?
Yes.
Okay.
Tomilov and podium.
You're fully hedging your bets there.
Yeah.
I'm particularly looking forward to seeing those boxes climbed. As we saw with the ladies, here's Won-Seon Shin. Oh, this is the point where she nearly lost her axe, but so much core tension and coordination required to match not only the swinging of the box, but then trying to battle with rope drag, read the route on the fly. Incredible athleticism from our athletes there.
Yeah, you can see when she goes in and waits this blue hold right here, it really is moving all over the place and just holding that body tension. Hanging onto a figure 4 this late in her route is very difficult to begin with, and then to have it be swinging all over the place like that is just very impressive athleticism.
Such a wonderful athlete, and she was absolutely delighted. When I caught up with her on the in the athlete zone before, I said to her, "How are you feeling?" And she couldn't vocalize how she was feeling, so did this shiver and jiggle. And I was like, "Oh, you feel cold?" She was like, No, I'm incredibly happy." So she was super, super happy. And of course, there's one of our B layers. He was a competitor himself, very, very talented climber, and he's our pro B layer for the competition. He did a great job with those victory whips. And in front of him, Dirk Tyler, our US judge. And as I mentioned in the women's broadcast, Dirk will be the first North American judge to leave North America and go on the tour. He'll be going to Cheongsong as one of the judges. Very much looking forward to seeing him there. And of course, I will be on the whole tour, as will Ian, in the various countries. Very much looking forward to visiting those countries. Of course, next up we'll be going to Beijing, and then to Cheongsong, and then to Sazfei, and of course to Rabenstein with the World Championships round to finish the season in Chamonix. At this stage, I would very much like to thank everybody so much for their patience. The guys down there are doing their absolute best to get this thing going as fast as they can. You can see Dirk tweeting us there. Why don't you tweet us? Get onto Twitter, use the hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. Let us know what you think, vent some frustration. We are super grateful for your patience, as I said. And of course, if you're on Facebook, then you can leave a comment under the broadcast. I actually feel a little bit sorry for those guys. It's freezing out there, definitely in the negatives. And they're not doing star jumps yet, so they can't be that cold. But they're doing a great job nonetheless. I can see Hyung Park joining us. There he is. So, we're about to get underway. I'm breathing a large sigh of relief. It's great to see him on the floor, tying in and getting himself ready. And the crowd return from inside the Scar Brewing Company tasting room. No doubt feeling a little bit warmer and a little bit more hydrated.
Yeah, they've certainly had plenty of time to get warm and hydrated.
They have indeed.
Luckily, we get to watch some top-level climbing now.
I'm very excited to see how Hyung Park does, and he just takes a minute to recompose himself, take some deep breaths, remind himself of those moves. The crowd are excited. Look at those smiles. They are engaged and ready to go. And we love it when you engage as well, so don't forget to get in touch. Let us know what's going on with you and who you want to win. Why not tweet us your top 3? Leave it in the comments. And here goes Hyung Park. So there he goes, kicks in and begins his attempt. Big move to start for the men.
Skipping a hold right away.
Of course he is. Standard for Hyung. He's very creative with his climbing style.
Just big moves here. And Hyung is not a very big guy, so watching him climb these really long, powerful moves so elegantly is just incredible.
He moves very decisively, and he takes the right side of that volume and climbs down to the red hold on that wooden splinter. And this is where we saw a lot of the men falling yesterday in the semi-finals on a very similar hold to the one that he's on now. but he's going to put that left pick in. Really cranking on that Stein. Now it's a Stein at the moment, but he's going to have to turn that into an undercut. Watch the head of that axe shift as he has to go big. There it is. Great dynamic movement from Hyung Park there as he hits the top side of that hold on the underside of the block's volume. Hyung Park dropping in the fig four. Placing that really, really tentative hook. Look at the back of that shifting. Just checking that it's in place, but at the same time, risky business. Kicks in hard and reaches across with the right-hand side. Great angle there, and you can really see how he's shouldering in, transferring his weight across. What would you do here, Ian?
I would have fallen by now, to be quite honest.
That's not a positive mental attitude.
We got a very good a very good view of that hold just now, and it is small.
So here we go. We can see how that hold's being used. He's reaching across, big span to the golf ball, takes it on the top.
And it looks like with the way they've painted that, maybe they don't want the head of the axe to be rested against the boards there on the volume.
And then he reaches up for that very directional intellect hold. These are so marginal.
And here's the move that we were talking about earlier that looks just brutal, but Park has been climbing so well that it doesn't look like he's... No, it looks like he's just moving through it without
Not phased at all, and he pushes in with the shoulder, really cranking on the axe with his backhand, switches it to the backhand with the right. So much tension through the feet and through the upper body there as he just tries to find the best grip to move onwards to the next move. Into that undercut position and reaches high, misses it first time and second time. Very unusual for Hyung Park. This shows how hard this move really is.
Looks like he's changing it up a little bit. And
there he goes, and he hits the top side of it. The teeth of that pick biting into the steel. And those are Russian holds, am I right, Ian?
Yeah, a lot of them are produced in Russia. I believe these holds that they're on right now are top point holds, which are used very often in the World Cup. And obviously, the climbers are familiar with it. Park actually has made several holds himself that are used still in Cheongsong. But I think you're correct in saying that these are the top point holds that are made in Russia.
Interesting. And so as we see him pull up in that undercut position into the back of that Colorado volume, cranking super, super hard.
And this is definitely one of those intellect holds from top point that are just brutal to hold on to.
He's pushing really hard.
Oh man, that is a difficult position to be in, and he makes it look so stable.
Really strong in the bicep and great core strength as he's just trying to find the sweet spot for kicking in. And this looks like it's going to be a very hard move indeed.
Yeah, that Colorado box there is just absolutely in the worst position for him.
Really crossing over and pulling super hard. Looks in great shape though, with 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock. He's got lots of climbing to go, and this meandering route really takes in so much of that competition surface. But it doesn't seem to be troubling him too much yet. You can see he's emblazoned in the North Face logos, and a big thank you to the North Face Korea for their support. Of course, as I've mentioned, this broadcast would not be possible without their continued support of the tour. Hyung Park being one of their signature athletes. Hyung Park just trying to work out the best position on this technical intellect hold, as he needs to make a big move up to that orange volume. And as we mentioned in our route preview, that orange volume marks the end of the climbing on the competition surface and the beginning of the climbing on the boxes. Look at that for a move. Pulling really hard, really utilising the bicep there.
Yeah, if you look closely, you can see that he's kind of shaking, but I don't think that is so much a factor of him being fatigued right now. I think it's just how hard he is pulling on the
Very powerful move, and he takes it. Oh no, and there he is, he's down. Ever so close. He looks exhausted. And he's definitely disappointed. You can see that in his body language, but what an awesome effort. And the crowd are going wild for Hyung Park. Great climbing from the Korean. Awesome effort. Ian, would you say that there's a noticeable difference between the Korean climbing style and the Russian climbing style?
You know, the Koreans train a lot together. They have just an amazing structure, a lot of gyms, and they are very strong competitors.
Really
the
see
same
that
can be said
frustration.
about the Russians. There is a bit of a difference in build between the Russians and the Koreans.
Of course, yeah.
So you see the Koreans are very powerful. They actually are very, very good at some of these long moves, which is surprising because none of them are very, very tall. And we can see here that
was the
he
point.
just rocks up.
Threw so hard up and right, and he caught it for a second, and then watch that right hand. His foot slipped, and then he just inverted, and he was down. You could see how frustrated he was. What a brilliant first attempt on this route from the Korean Hyung Park. And next out, our first Russian athlete, the older of the two Tomilov brothers, Alexei Tomilov.
Yeah, so here we'll be able to see a difference in climbing style between Alexei and Hyung. Alexei almost seems to climb very slow, but if you look at the time, if you look at the clock while he's climbing, he is moving very quickly. He moves very efficiently, doesn't seem to waste any energy at all. And Park, he moves very quick. He's also very efficient, but there's a very noticeable difference in the two climbers, which we'll be able to see here in a minute.
What do you think? Is he going to skip that first hold or not?
He's a very tall guy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he skipped it. But I'm guessing that we're going to see at least a few athletes go for that red hold.
Great to see God MacArthur there on the debrief. And here goes Alexei Tomilov getting set up, ready for his attempt at
Yeah,
this
and it looks like
men's
he's going for
final
that red
route.
hold.
So he's gone for that hold, whereas Hyung Park just went direct. Very powerful undercut move to begin. No trouble for Alexei Tomilov.
And you can see here what I was talking about, where he almost seems to be he can almost trick you into thinking that he's moving slowly.
But
do
not be
he's
fooled.
not.
He's very, very quick indeed. In the fig four. Oh, no! Immediately calls a technical. He said that a hold either broke or moved. He's pointing. He's immediately lodged a complaint to say that he didn't fall and that there's been a technical. So technical incident's called. Very surprising to see him fall so low down. The judges will now have to make a decision as to whether there was a technical or not. Alexei Tomilov will have to go back into isolation, and then it's up to the judges as to whether he climbs again or if he doesn't, and whether or not a new climber will come out. Okay, there we go. Does that look broken to you, Ian?
Yeah, it does. The route setters actually spray painted these holds, and we can see a bit of blue coming through, which is I think is the original color of the hold. So for me, that looks like a broken hold.
Obvious breakage. So that will be a technical. The climbers will have to wait now while they replace that hold. Luckily, it's low down, and hopefully that should mean that the delay for you guys watching at home shouldn't be too long. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us. Oh, what a shame. You can get in touch with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing, and you can of course get in touch with us on Facebook as well. Leave a comment. We'll do our best to show you those comments and shout out the best ones when we see them. You can see the route setters doing a great job, and they all have spares of those holds on hand immediately so they can change them. So Kim Young-ho there, one of the route setters, great guy, very passionate winter climber himself, and he's also the coach, as I mentioned earlier, of Ema McSwiggan, and one of the main team players within the Korean team. He was a very happy man after the ladies competition earlier when Ema and Won Seon Shin got podium places, of course, with a bronze and a gold respectively, using an impact driver there just to take that hold off and put the new one in place.
Yeah, you see that new hold fits perfectly into that Sharpie position that they had drawn around, and that's because they have extras of these holds in case of such a situation.
Now, interestingly, Ian, the hold that he's replacing it with is blue. Will that throw the competitors at all?
Well, route previews, the competitors have seen all of the holds, so coming out and going from this gray silver hold that we see Alexei holding on to here that
Here's
he
that
obviously
breakage
broke.
again.
We'll see it right
And he's staring it
here
down.
second. And then to come out after sitting in isolation and seeing that that's blue, you know, the competitors will most likely realize that there was a technical, that that something happened to it, probably breakage. If they're not paying attention, they might get screwed up a little bit, thinking, okay, I was going from, you know, red to gray to, you know, the next hold, and then you go up and goes, oh, it's red to blue. What's going on? That being said, I highly doubt that's the case. You know, they've been paying attention. I think they're going to see that it was a technical, that something happened.
And they'll be able to hear it maybe in the crowd, and of course, just from the general delay, they might have a bit of an inkling that something's gone on. There's Hyung Park.
Yeah, you mentioned that Alexei had to go back into isolation.
He goes into the transition zone, doesn't he?
It's actually a different isolation, so he will not see the other competitors, so they won't know right at this moment that something has happened, unless they could hear the crowd, of course.
Hyung Park enjoying a well-earned beer there. Ian, put yourself in Alexei's shoes. You've just got yourself super psyched, ready for the final. There's already been a significant delay due to that whole breakage while they were replacing the routes. Now, after getting yourself psyched again and then getting yourself on the wall, the hold breaks. What's going through your mind?
Well, both of the Tomilov brothers, all of the competitors here are very experienced. So obviously he'll be frustrated. Luckily, it was pretty low down, so he won't have used too much energy climbing up high. If it had been one of those last holds, that would have been more of a problem, because then he would have, you know, used a lot of energy and a lot of time. I think he'll be mostly frustrated, but I think he'll be able to get it under control, and I think we'll be able to see a good second climb from him later on tonight.
Well, I hope that too, and it looks as though Alexei's back out again. There's Katie Bono and a man in a very interesting headwear. There he is. So Alexei's back out. He's having a look at that hold, working out what's changed. Only the colour at this stage. And let's see how he does with his second attempt and if it has affected him in a particularly negative way.
And it looks like he's keeping his same sequence as before, going into that
to the
red
beta.
hold the Park skipped. And going up.
So, will he opt for the Fig 4 again?
I think he's going to do it. I don't think he'll change his sequence that much. Yeah, he's still going into the same beta.
So, Alexei Tomilov reaches up with the left hand. Places into the... He's struggling to get that position. Goes for the backhand.
There it looks
there
like
it
he's
is.
locked on.
Locks it in. And kicks in hard and moves off that hold that's been replaced. And gets underway with the climbing. Onto one of those intellect holds. You can really see that metal plate in the hold now. All those drilled holes are the places where you can put the axe. Anywhere else, the axe is either forbidden or it's just impossible.
Yeah,
places the Steinpull.
Yeah, all of those intellect holds are not very good apart from where that metal plate is. So it is forbidden to use a different portion of the hold, but really that's not going to be an issue.
It's not going to be an issue. So he reaches up onto that blocks volume, throws in the Fig 4, very steep Fig 4, locks it in deep, and places that right hand looking pretty solid. A little bit directional, that one.
Yeah, and you can actually see that he kind of torqued his tool in there to get it, just try to get as much purchase on that hold as possible.
Reaches across into that blue hold, and we saw Hyung Park do a very similar movement here. And Alexei Tomilov looks to be moving rather confidently now. He's put that little mishap behind him from earlier on, and he's got to do that strong shoulder move, reaching out full span to the orange blocks volume. There you go, hits the golf ball.
Taking a look at it, but seems to like what he sees.
Matches in with the other tool. And then this next intellect hold's coming up. See that the axe is shifting there. Another really steep and deep fig 4. Those long legs not quite as easy to throw in as Hyung Park.
And you can see there just how small an area that intellect hold provides.
This is the point where he's going to have to lock that right hand down, press hard into that left shoulder, and move onwards and upwards past that red and white volume. Makes his clip, the crowd cheer, and there's a large crowd out there now. A couple of hundred people have turned up to watch.
I could see there he was actually taking a look at the hold. Well, you can say he was feeling it at least, trying to figure out where to take it.
And people often don't realise that you can use your hands within the route. Is fully permitted to use your hands.
Yeah, you can use your hands on the holds. That does not provide you points. You must hold the hold, take the hold with your tool. That being said, you're allowed to move off of that hold with your hands, and sometimes that just provides a little bit extra height, a little bit extra reach.
One climber that did that often last year was Petra Klingler, who isn't with us here in America but will be joining us on the European rounds. Petra Klingler, of course, took a gold medal in Rabenstein, and not only that, is a gold medal winner in the Bouldering World Cup, and of course took the Bouldering World Championship this year. I think Petra embodies the definition of all-round athlete. Alexei Tomilov at this point moving past that Colorado volume and looking very strong at this point.
And I think his height here may play an advantage. Well, maybe not, because he's going into a bit of a compressed position
he's
here.
Very squeezed into that gap that the volume's made with the wall, but using those long legs to kick in hard as he approaches that Durango volume. Going to reach up and make the clip first. Wise competitor.
And going into this gray kind of undercling thing that was going on. We saw Park holding on to it, just really shaking with power.
Kind of wraps it and then has to pull off it as an undercling. Crazy move.
Yeah, and I think he's realizing right now that that is not going to be a very good position. So he's trying to rest, trying to gain some last-minute strength.
And you can see what conditions we're dealing with here. The fogginess in the camera as the temperatures plummet. The camera's steaming up. We'll get that one fixed as soon as we can. Meanwhile, Alexei Tomilov pulling in and reaching up. Oh! Still on, though. Great core tension. There it is. Locks the head of that axe in. You can see the teeth biting into the plywood. And this is the point where Hyung Park had fallen. So Alexei Tomilov climbs his way into the lead with 2 minutes on the clock.
That is
Cuts
such
loose.
a long move.
Look at that strength. Over the left arm, into the fig 4, back into a fig 9, on the right arm. Makes the clip, the first clip on the box. Reaches underneath, and there you go, from below. Fully inverted and completely horizontal. This is purely a race against gravity now. No weight taken on the feet, it's all on the arms.
And I can tell you, watching the feed here, you can almost not tell what way is up.
Oh.
But if I just look off or over my shoulder here to see him, it doesn't really help that much. It looks like he's just floating upside down.
He's moving incredibly well at this point. 1 minute 14 on the clock. You can see he's only a few more moves to make before he makes that final clip and tops the route, setting the standard. He's got a minute left. That's plenty of time. But he does look confused at this stage as to what he needs to do next.
Oh, my brother.
Yeah, it almost looked like he forgot where that hold is.
And I've just been informed that our clock is slightly behind due to a technical issue. So we're going to find out exactly how long he's got. He's going to skip it. He can't see the blue hold. Or maybe he's just opted to skip it altogether.
Looks like he's trying to rock it.
And he's tiring too. He is!
Yeah, you see.
Never seen that before.
And pushing the other hold, trying to just get
Ninja Warrior style almost.
And this is something that I haven't seen very often.
He is literally freestyling, and what an exciting spectacle we're seeing here. He's not going to all points off Dino. He cuts loose.
Oh.
He's going to go for it. Oh my God, he did! Alexei Tomilov is officially a nutcase. He just all points off Dyno, and he's very happy with that performance. And so he should be. What a brilliant athlete, and so imaginative. He tried every single possible thing that he could, and instead he decided to jump one-handed.
You know, that is not something you see very often.
And the American crowd here, Ian, absolutely loving that. At what point would you try and throw one-handed for a route like that?
You know, if it's not much time on the clock, like he was in the position he was right now, just not much time, can't seem to reach it, and just swinging, you know, why not? You're coming off anyways, so just give it whatever you have.
Let's see some of that action again. And this was that very tentative move on that intellect hold where he put in that deep fig four. Makes the clip. So good to see him. He was just so solid throughout the whole thing, even despite that breakage right at the beginning.
Yeah, that breakage in the beginning, I was thinking, maybe I was wrong. But I'm still pretty confident that we're going to see a Tomilov brother in the podium.
Well, I think after that performance, it would be fair to say that we can expect to see, or at least hope to see, a Tomilov in the podium.
That being said, I would love to see someone finish this route.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. And
yeah, you can see.
Here's that move again. Let's watch that one more time. Pushes it away.
And just, why not?
Total nutcase. That was brilliant. And his axe got left behind. What a brilliant effort. We're going to be joined.
I would love to see some more of those types of moves.
Hell yeah. We're going to be joined now on the competition surface by Janusz Zvolczak, another very, very talented competitor who, of course, took his first gold medal in Rabenstein last year after taking his first silver medal in Sazfe the week before. Janusz is a very talented Slovenian and was a minor celebrity in his country after winning those medals.
Yeah, and actually it's interesting that Janusz is the next competitor, because in Rabenstein last year there was a case of spinning or moving hold.
Indeed there was.
And everybody was just spinning around in circles on that ice
the final barrel, wasn't it?
But Janusz, when he came out, he just moved so stable onto it that it barely moved at all, and that gave him lots of time because he was able to just move off of it and get up to that final head wall.
And here we see him skipping that move first, like we saw Hyung Park do earlier. Opting just to move quickly as opposed to going for the undercut. Oh, he's putting the undercut in to aid that movement. Interesting how he's read that.
I think he was going to skip it, but then decided that, I don't know, this wasn't as stable as I could have been.
Yeah.
So just kind of going for stability more than utilizing that hold.
So moving his feet, just trying to work out the best method, making the progress. Puts in that fig four very tentatively. And of course we saw Alexei Tomilov exploding off that hole before as it snapped.
I'm actually a bit surprised here with watching Janusz. He looks a bit more tentative than he usually is.
He is. But what an exciting finals we've seen so far. Both in the women's finals earlier and now in the men's finals. Can't wait to see how the rest of it pans out. And there he goes with the left hand onto that intellect hold. Kicks to the underside of the volume.
Yeah, and looking at that intellect hold, you could actually see, if you were paying attention earlier, that Janusz is using a different hole than Alexei did a moment ago.
Do you think that'll be deliberate?
Not necessarily. Some of those holes in that hold are a lot better than others, and a lot of these competitors know exactly which hole is the best. So maybe they are doing it deliberately. It could just be that that's where the blade of the axe got purchased.
So here, Janusz moves onwards, and of course, don't forget you can get in touch with us on Facebook. Drop your comments in. Great to hear from Justin Willis, who was on the tour last year. Big shout out to Justin, and thanks so much for commenting. He's cheering on Janusz, and in fact says, Janusz, 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 come on, buddy. Very methodical commenting there, Justin. We like that, mate. Hope you've been climbing lots. You can also tweet us using that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. We love to hear from you. Big shout out to VK Vibrokinesis, who says, all heart, brother. and I'm sure he's talking about Alexei Tomilov's fight through the boxes. Yanez moving very quickly now, despite that tentative start early on.
Yeah, it looks like he's bringing up the pace here. Interesting that Justin just tweeted us, because he was traveling a little bit with Yanez last season, and he was telling me that they got to boulder on Yanez's home wall, and he said that it was hard moves only, and that could be why we're seeing Yanez do so well. You know, he's a bit tentative, but still making good progress.
One thing that I would say about Yanez, and it is something that I like to highlight, he's very well colour coordinated.
Yeah, you know, if you look good, then you climb well.
Yanez moving really well, and he's a young competitor, but he's very, very muscular, broad shoulders, big, strong biceps. You know, this guy means business. You can tell he trains, does a lot of strength and conditioning. Oh no, and he's popped! Heck!
He's going to be disappointed.
So disappointed, and you can see it in his body language. Very unfortunate, but that is the name of the game. Yanez Volshak out at the finals, and unfortunately that's the end of the competition for him. That'll put him in 3rd place as it stands, but I'd expect that'll see him falling down the rankings, especially as out next we have that younger Tomilov brother. Ian, do you think you may have jinxed him by saying that because he dressed well he climbs well?
Maybe I'm just.
I see that you're not owning up to that.
Yeah.
Maybe
I should just stop talking.
First Shin yesterday as well, didn't you?
Yeah, maybe I should just say no. They're not climbing very well at all.
Do you know what? You're fired.
Yeah.
No, I'm only joking. It's been great having you here. Do not go anywhere. Here's Yanez on those lower moves, looking very strong indeed. Such a shame that he just popped off there, but like I said, that's the nature of the beast when it comes to the Ice Climbing World Cup.
Yeah,
it keeps it exciting.
All jokes aside, these are hard moves. We have very talented climbers here.
Watch this bit, Ian. He looks so chilled. Watch the axe. You can see he's not 100% happy with it. Just, damn.
And I think that's one of the cases of you have a hold, you're not very happy with how it's placed, and you're trying to figure out, should I move this, shouldn't I? And during that thought process, the tool pops and your decision is made for you.
So, up next, we have Mr. Maxim Tomilov. Very well-known name on this circuit and a veteran of the competition climbing circuit, even at his tender age of 31 years old. He took the win overall as the UIAA 2016 World Cup winner. Did take gold in Bozeman, took silver in Cheongsong, gold in Sasfei, and then a bit of a blip in Ravenstein, finishing 5th, but still enough to take the gold medal overall. Is it the perfect storm with Maxim Tomilov?
Yeah, I mean, he looks very confident. He looks very just calm, doesn't seem to be worried about getting on the route.
He's very tall, he's athletic, he's strong. He seems to just read these routes intuitively and instinctively.
Yeah, I mean, watching some of these climbers, you can almost forget that this is the first time that they're attempting these routes. And Maxim here just kind of, just textbook climbing. Shows us how to
Explodes
do
his way
it.
up the wall, but just stuttering on that first move.
Almost looks
sure
like
his
he
feet are
wasn't
sorted.
happy with that foot, and kicks it in and just makes the move right away.
And no figure of 4 required, and you can just see how long this guy is, you know, spread between those volumes. Those are a couple of meters gaps, and he's just, making mincemeat of it. Straight into that Stein. And so we're going to see him reaching up for the left-hand move there with his A-speed X's. Kicking in hard. Now, at this point, we've seen Hyung Park throw in several figure of 4s and figure of 9s. Maxim's not put a single one in. He's going DTS at this point. Let's see what he does here. Reaching across. So strong. He's looking really powerful.
Yeah, and you can hear him kicking in to the wood. He's got such just great footwork. and just textbook climbing. This is how mixed climbing should look. Anyone at home thinking, hey, maybe I should try this, this is what you should be watching.
When I dry tool, this is how I imagine I look.
Yeah. No, this is what I look like at home when no one's watching.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah. So, again, just kicking in really powerfully, moving up into that shoulder where he's going to switch that into a really powerful backhand and then into an undercut. Still not seeing him put in a fig 4 or a fig 9.
And it doesn't seem like he's been too worried about any of these holds or any of these moves so far.
He's placing so confidently, and this is the point where we saw Janusz Wolszak dropping out. He popped off this hold when he tried to readjust. Maxim not readjusting at this minute.
Yeah, it looks like everything is just going exactly as he wishes. You know, like I said earlier, it's kind of easy sometimes to forget that this is the first time he has climbed this route.
Yeah, it looks like he's climbed it lots of times. The younger Tomilov brother in such control right now. Just battling between that being a Stein and an undercut. Kicks in hard. Reaches up with the right hand onto that blue hold. We, of course, saw his older brother Alexei at this point, and also Hyung Park made it to this point as well. Do you think the brothers trained together, Ian?
I definitely think they train together, and I think, well, at least I like to think that they push each other to try new moves, maybe a one-armed dino like we saw a minute ago.
One for the training room.
But yeah, I definitely think that they're training together, pushing each other to just climb even better.
And they operate kind of in a similar realm in the way that they climb as well. They have a similar style, although we did see Alexei put in several fig 4s in by this point. And as I've already said, Maxim hasn't used a single figure of 4 yet.
No, he looks just very methodical, and he's a tall guy. So that could be part of it, but man, this is great.
Just less than 4 minutes on the clock, and you can see that box moving under Maxim Tomilov's weight. Cuts loose.
Doesn't look like he's doing. Oh, there's the first.
Okay, so there's a fig 9, and if you don't know what that is, that's when you put your leg over the same hand that's holding the axe. Now, he's just dropped in a fig 4, so that means the opposite leg over the hand that's holding the axe. That's a fig 9. So left leg over left hand, that's a fig 9. Now, left leg over right hand, that's a fig 4, or figure of 4. And Ian, for the viewers at home, maybe you can explain one of the uses of this type of move.
So like you can see here, with how steep it is, you can't always get good purchase with your feet. So throwing a figure 4, you can kind of lock off and reach up a lot higher without engaging your upper body. You can use more of your core strength, use your legs to kind of rock up without, doing just a
And of course, putting in that figure 4 or figure 9 puts some extra stability and a closer center of gravity through the point of the pick as well.
Yes, definitely. Some of these holds that we've seen that are not very good, we'll see climbers go into fig 4s or fig 9s on some of these very sketchy, skatey holds. And they just seem to lock into them.
So here we go, the final part of this men's final route with over 2 minutes on the clock. Maxim Tomilov spotted that hold that his brother didn't, and he's going to do a move to try and hit it. He's in the top of the hold. Now the judges will be looking at that. He's back on the hold. He's on it. He's off it. And he's off. Maxim Tomilov falls off, catches his axe in the process, nearly scuppers himself. Hopefully he's all right, and he gives a big wave to the crowd who are going wild for him. It'll be interesting to see what the judges deem with that, because he was using the top of the hold as opposed to the active part. We'll wait and see what that happens, but very strong effort and awesome climbing from Maxim Tomilov.
Yeah, very strong indeed, and we saw that he was in the edge of that on the wood, but it looked to me as though he also had the active hold, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges have to say about that.
Indeed, and at this stage, he's climbed as far or if slightly further than his brother Alexei. Do you think he's going to be disappointed not to top?
It looked like he was a little bit disappointed. we'll see how he feels afterwards once he learns how well he did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So here we see him in that move. I mean, the lower wall, he just flew up it. His flow was perfect.
Yeah, like I said, that footwork, very methodical. Not many figure fours. They do help to lock into a hold, but they do take some time. And he just moved up that wall.
And as always, Maxim Tominov is looking in great shape at the start of the season. Let's hope that form can continue and we can see how he progresses. Up next, I have to say, in a very non-biased way, it's the athlete that I've been looking forward to the most in this final. It's the young Canadian Noah Bake. Noah very much surprising himself making it into the final, but under the watchful eye of Gordon MacArthur, his coach, and all of his Team Canada teammates, he's composed and he's ready. Noah's family are here. They're all down to support him all the way from Canada. And I'm very excited to see what happens there. This was the point that Maxim Tomilov just lost purchase on the right hand. Nearly stabbed himself in the face with his axe in the process. There he is, the young Canadian, 19-year-old Noah Bake.
Yeah, and I gave you my top 3 earlier, but before we started, you asked me who I was thinking would lead the competition today, and you did not agree with me at all.
I didn't disagree. I just chose not to agree.
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
That was very diplomatic of me, you'll notice. Consummate professional.
But you mentioned that you were looking at Noah today.
I like Noah. He's a really good kid. He's very motivated, very psyched, and he's very passionate. I've got my eye on Noah because I want to see him do well and I want to see him progress through the circuit. And I think he's trained so hard in the off-season that it'd be great to see some success for him. I don't have a favourite, but just relax. He needs to relax. Just stay calm and climb confidently. Here he goes. So, moving very confidently, with his 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to begin, he opts for the Fig 4. And he's going to have to readjust that right foot to give him the extra push. How does a climber like Noah at such a tender age of 19 prepare for a final like this?
I know they've been climbing a lot.
Come on, Noah.
He trains with Gordon MacArthur, as you've mentioned, and they just climb. And I know Noah has posted some pictures and video on Facebook and on Twitter, and he has just been doing some of these movements that we see in final competition and final routes.
Listen to that crowd cheering him on. Doing so well. Becky Braun MacArthur's cheering for Noah. Lots of different people are on there. Tambri Hunt Garcia, Noah. Lots of people on Facebook commenting and supporting Noah in his attempts. And now he looks a bit more like he's in his flow.
Yeah, like I mentioned, he practices these hard moves with Gordon, and I think that is really paying off this season. See, he's moving confidently.
Moving lots more confidently now. It looks like he's enjoying himself. Those first moves would be quite terrifying, first ever senior final.
Yeah, sometimes you get on a route and think, oh no, I can't even do the first move, but he looks like he's getting in the zone and really climbing well. He seems to be in his element tonight.
He's definitely enjoying himself, and the crowd are absolutely loving it. He's just making that clip. Bring out the guns!
Yeah, and we've mentioned before, this is the first time that Noah is in a senior final, and I think he's just, at this point, excited to be here, and whatever his results end up being, I think he's going to be very excited, very pleased.
So, moves across on that right hand, matches in with the left.
He's taking this hold slightly differently than other competitors have to this point, but it looks like he's pleased. It looks like he's got it on there.
Yeah, he looks comfortable. He's going for the Fig 4, right leg over left arm, into that intellect hold, and he places it confidently again. Looks like it's seated pretty well. although I don't want to jinx the young lad.
I just won't say anything at all at this
No,
point.
it's for the best, Ian. Good to see that we've fixed that camera up there as well, managed to get rid of that dust and fog. We sent main man Kevin up there to give it a clean. Of course, the temperatures still continue to drop in Durango.
Yeah, I should have him come over and help me with my glasses because they're fogging up too.
I had noticed. Here is Noah looking very good, and he's matching in on that undercut. He needs to match on the axe as opposed to match on the hold. Looks like he's spotted that. No, he's still going for the match with the pick.
Now, sometimes in that position, it is not easy to match on the tool, even though that is what you should do.
And he reaches up with a left hand, and this is the point where we saw Janusz Volchak drop off. Noah's looking confident, though. Great effort.
Come on, Noah.
No, he needs to reach down into that undercut. You can see him nodding to himself. He's enjoying himself. Matches in, places that right hand pick on there. Now he needs to go low. Let's see if he's seen that. He has. Places that left hand into the stein, cranks hard on it and steps across. The route setter's really making the most of the competition surface.
And it looks like he knows just exactly what he wants to do.
Shaking out that pump. 3 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock for the young Canadian. Noah Bake is having a great time. Just shaking out. Come on, Noah. His family must be so proud. Here we go. Reaches up with a left hand into that backhand. Oh, just misses it, but he's still going. Still fighting, and the crowd are behind him. Look at that. He's enjoying himself, but he's definitely fatigued. He must be feeling the burn.
He's been on the wall for nearly 5 minutes now, and you know that he's feeling it.
What a brilliant spectacle the guys here at Durango have put on. All credit to Marcus Garcia and his team, but here goes Noah Bake, and he's cranking hard, he's shaking, but he's trying hard. Matches in onto that pick, and he turns it into the undercut. This is so powerful, but he doesn't phase at all. Look at him go. He takes it in his stride. The compares are going crazy. He's not even matching. He's just going to go for it, and rightly so. Come on, Noah Bake. This kid's got nothing to lose. 1 minute and 52 seconds on the clock. Everyone's rooting for him. He's so close. Powers up, and he hits the intellect hold. Come on, Noah Bake. Don't let go now, son. Teeth, axe, all in contact. Makes the clip. Oh, I'm excited for him. He's going to do this ultra powerful move now. Come on, Noah Bake. 1 minute 32 on the clock. It's unlikely that he's going to have enough time to make it all the way to the end, but he could get into the boxes yet. Reaches into that undercut, and this is the point where we saw Hyung Park fall. Takes the axe in his mouth again. Reaches up. Come on, Noah. Big move. He misses it first, and that's it. What an awesome effort from the young Canadian. And he has had an awesome time. Look at that smile, waving to the crowd. What a performance, and a performance that he can be proud of. Big hugs from his coach, Gordon MacArthur. Oh, man, that's emotion. Raw emotion. He's so happy for the young lad. What an awesome effort. He must be knackered. Full commitment from the young Canadian. Full commitment.
You see that Gordon is very excited too.
I think Gordon climbed that route vicariously through Noah then. And there's Marcus Garcia with his back to us in the red and blue gilet. He's the event director. He must be super stoked to have seen Noah Bake make such a great... Look at everyone dancing. They're loving it. Everything to stay warm. Why not have a little dance? Have they put something in the beer? I'm still on the coffee at the moment. I want to have what they're having. He can barely catch his breath. Let's see some of that action. Noah Bake in such control and climb with such confidence and maturity. He can be proud of that one. What do you say, Ian?
He has to be happy with this performance. to make it to finals, to make it to this point, and then to do so well is just incredible. And you know, we saw it a minute ago. He was smiling when he came down. He was just smiling before he even touched back down on the ground, and rightly so. He should be very, very proud.
And if I'm not mistaken, he should then be tied with Young Park, because they fell both going for the same hold and both touching the same hold. Let's see it here. Does he touch it? He does. He makes
to me
contact.
Looks about the same point as Young.
So we'll have to wait to see what the judges say about that, but it looks like they'll be tied, and if they are tied, then going to countbacks, Noah will be ahead of Young Park, and of course he's ahead of Janusz Volsak as well. So at this moment in time, that puts him into third place. Fully expect to see those positions change, especially with big hitters like Nikolai Kuzovlev, Valentin Sipovin and Alexei Dengin to come. But he can certainly take a deep breath and enjoy the rest of the evening now. So Nikolai Kuzovlev making his last preparations and getting tied in. You can see people are getting a little bit chilly now. You can see in the background the officials doing everything they can to stay warm.
Yeah, some people forget about that sometimes. They think about the athletes. They see that we're not wearing that many clothes, but these officials are standing out here all night long. They've been here all day, and you know, they are cold. They're cold too. So it's great to see the officials, you know, doing such a great job, making it possible to see this amazing climbing.
And so here goes Nikolai Kuzovlev, the 33-year-old Russian. Even from just 3 competitions, he finished 6th overall last year, taking a 6th place in Rabenstein, a 4th place in Sazfei, and a 5th place in Cheongsong.
And he is making short work of the beginning of this route. He's just cruising up the wall right now. We'll see if he maintains this momentum. If he does, then you know, we might see. Well, I'm just going to stop talking right now.
To give you an idea about how cold it really is, the temperature outside is 14 degrees Fahrenheit, and in real money, that's minus 10 degrees Celsius. The production team are all enjoying that. I can tell you that for free. Nikolai Kuzovlev seemingly unfazed by the cold conditions. Place his pick in the top of that small hold in that tiny edge where we saw Alexei Tomilov really talking the head of the axe in. High on the shaft there, Nikolai Kuzovlev, matching in low with the left hand, really well read for that match, but he switches it round anyway, makes the high clip, and then we're going to see that big powerful move out to the right hand side where Noah Bake looked totally in his element, as does Nikolai Kuzovlev. Matches in, drops in the Fig 4, and this gives you an idea of the physicality and the difference in height and stature. Noah Bake and Maxim Tomilov are a similar height, but Nikolai Kuzovlev is significantly shorter, opting to use the Fig 4 for the more stable position to take that intellect hold. Let's see what he makes of this next move. Strong into that backhand with the left. Turns it into an undercut with the right. Leans away from it, all his body facing away, keeping that center of gravity close to the wall. Makes the clip, and then re-clips onto the next one. Of course, having to clip in sequence. If you don't clip in sequence, then it's not going to work. Ernie Lalonde has commented on the Facebook feed. He said, great climb, Noah. Leanne Kundal, also a big fan of Noah. Great work. Elizabeth Elsinger-Ross has got in touch to say, great job, Noah. Tammy Yakimovic has got in touch to say, super awesome climb, Noah. People are really, really loving Noah Bake's performance, and rightly so. He's done his fans and his family and the crowd proud. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch, then you can do so on Facebook by leaving a comment. And if you're using Twitter, there's a hashtag, you might have heard it. It's UIAA Ice Climbing, very easy to do. Stick that in your tweet, post, and we will be reading out the best tweets, the best questions, answering them if we can. Nikolai Kuzovlev at this point looking really strong as he goes over to the right-hand side of the hold instead of the left. Switches and matches with his axe. Nearly slipped, but managed to hold it together. Great composure from the Russian.
It doesn't seem to have phased him very much. He
It doesn't
slipped a
at
little
all.
bit there, but got it right back under control, and it looks like he's still moving very quickly.
Makes the clip at the left-hand side of that Durango volume. 3 minutes and 55 on the clock, so he's moving much faster than Noah was, but probably slightly slower than Alexei Tomilov was at this stage. His experience and extra years of climbing showing. Noah, in fact, only been climbing for 3 years, which is quite remarkable considering he's made a final within 3 years of beginning climbing.
He locks
Strong
into that
onto
right
that.
away.
So easy into that move. Very powerful Nikolai Kuzovlev. It'll be interesting to see what Nikolai Kuzovlev does at this point on the boxes because he's much shorter than Maxim and Alexei. San Juan Mountain Guides have got in touch to say that they're watching from UIAA. Great to have you on board, guys.
Yeah, he's much shorter, but doesn't seem to be affecting him very much. He is moving through these boxes very quickly, very confidently.
And with lots of time on the clock. At this point, Nikolai Kuzovlev could be climbing his way to the podium. Let's see what he makes of this next move. Now, one thing to point out is that that next quick draw has not been clipped yet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't
believe
think
you're
Maxim
correct.
or Alexei clipped it. Not 100% sure, but if he can make that clip, then that's going to put him ahead in the rankings.
And it looks like he's going for that right now.
Now, he made that look very easy, and in fact that leads me to believe that maybe Maxim and Alexei did clip it, and I've just got a cloudy memory. Won't be the first time I've been wrong, and it certainly won't be the last. Nevertheless, let's see what he makes of this next move as he throws the left leg over for a Fig 9. Just trying to work out exactly what he's doing with 2 minutes remaining, hanging on that first cube, tentatively waiting to see what to do with that second cube. The crowd really getting behind him now.
And we'll see if he can see this blue hold on the corner.
And
of the
there he
next
is,
box.
look, pushing away to get that box going, get the swing going. Pulls the wood and draws over into the Fig 9, and he's stuck it. Oh no, he's off! So close! But that was in more control than Maxim, I believe.
That was definitely more control. You see that he was trying to move into that.
It'll be up to the judges to decide, but from our perspective up here on the monitor and from the commentary position, it does look like that was in more control.
Yeah, it's always up to the judges to make the final decision, but from here, that looked like some very solid
It'd
climbing.
be interesting to get the judges' interpretation of the rule on them using the axe on the box as well, because technically you're not allowed to place your axe in the wood, and they are hooking the box to get it to swing.
Yeah, you're not allowed to, the way I've understood it, is
Yeah.
you're not allowed to use the box as a hold. Whether or not you're allowed to, poke and grab and swing to try to get it to change positions, that should be interesting.
So here's that replay and that great action. Looking so casual and really strong.
And he we can see where he almost slipped earlier, but that did not phase him at all. And moving into these boxes, just controlling the swing and doing such a great job. And then here we can see, again, trying to move onto that hold and just popping off. Like I said earlier, I think from my definitely unofficial perspective that was a very good position. Puts him pretty high up there in the rankings. Next competitor on the wall here is Valentin Sipovin from Ukraine. taking off his jacket and getting ready.
Very excited to see what the Ukrainian can do here, and of course we know that this guy is a very talented competitor.
It looks like he's going to go for that figure 4 as well to go up into this next hold.
As Alexei Tomilov did.
As a lot of competitors have done. And there he gets a hold of it.
Moving across onto that splinter volume, the big red intellect hold. Making good progress so far. 45 seconds elapsed.
Rocking over and that undercling, the Stein, and just right up into that next blue hold. Doesn't seem to stop at all.
Reaches up with the right hand. At this point, we've seen a lot of competitors doing very similar movements to this position. Just goes to show how good these guys are at reading the routes.
And rocks over in that. Going into this next long move. Making the clip first. Readjusting.
Looks a little bit tentative at this point, but not too phased. Into the golf ball.
He does look a bit tentative, but I don't think that he's very nervous. I think he's just being deliberate with his movements.
Look how deep that lock is on the left hand. He's right down over that elbow. Onto that intellect hold. Big shout out to Chris Johnson, who's got in touch to say the Durango team and route setters did a superb job tonight. Thanks from Missoula, Montana. He got in touch via Twitter, and don't forget you can do the same using that hashtag UIAA ice climbing. Roman Chernov, who's been on the broadcast tweeting in all night, thanks so much to Roman for his contributions. He said shout out to the route setters as well. They've set amazing riddles so the athletes could show everything they've got, and Roman, you are exactly right. And speaking of riddles, Valentin Sipovin is solving the next one as he reaches up to the point where we did see Janusz Volchak popping off. The no popping going on here as Sipovin reaches across and down into the next Stein.
Yeah, that view we saw just now just really shows how small that hold is and can give us some understanding of how easy it is to just pop off, like we saw with Janusz.
Valentin Sipovin's 33 years old and last year placed 9th overall in the competition, taking a 14th place in Bozeman, a 4th place and a season high in Cheongsong, and then a 9th place in Rabenstein. He's going to be looking to better that 4th place tonight. Let's see what he makes of that powerful move. He's shaking a little bit, but he's placed that pick nicely. And then takes the left side of that hole to make that big deep move over to the intellect hole on the top right. It's always really interesting to see how the people interpret the moves, Ian.
Yeah, you see that he also went up to the right side of that blue hold that we've seen a few people do, but it seems to be the opposite of what most climbers have been doing. You know, body type, climbing style, equipment that you have all play a role, but there are, albeit limited choices, there are a few different choices as how to climb.
Valentin Sipovin climbing under the watchful eye of Carlos Teixeira, who you saw on your screen there. He's the president of the jury of the judges this weekend. He reaches across for the underside of that very poor hold that we saw Hyung Park fall off, and also Noah Bake earlier on. Ian, assuming that you hadn't fallen off by this point, what would you do here?
So I just saw that Valentin was trying to get the tip of his tool into the, here we can maybe see it again. I think I would try to wrap it. We've seen a lot of competitors wrapping the blade of their tool around that gray, and here again we can see Valentin trying to just find a sweet spot on that with just the tip of the.
And you can see he's struggling there, and you know, when a competitor like Valentin Sipovin struggles with a move, you know it's hard. It looks like it's the sort of move where you've really just got to place it, trust it, and pull as hard as you can. Keep that tension and compression through the axe so that it doesn't slip.
And it looks to me as if he's kind of frustrated because he may have read this differently when he was on route preview. But it looks like now he might have figured out what he wanted to do.
And he's moving very well now up to that second golf ball and progressing towards those free hanging boxes. 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock. He's got time, but he's certainly looked a little bit more tentative compared to the other athletes that have got this far.
Yeah, the previous competitors that we've seen that have made it to this point have really just cruised through these moves.
But don't let that fool you. He's still got over a minute on the clock, and that's still time to make that next clip, which he's going to do, and that's still time to get to that next hold. There's the clip. And then he's going to reach over for that blue, very small lip. Kicks in on the underside of that box. And you can't tell by that angle, but he's fully upside down at this point. And he's got to get to that blue hold and then 2 more holds before he can even think about clipping the chain. The crowd are behind him. He's got 25 seconds on the clock. And actually, despite looking less solid on the other parts of the route, this is the most solid anyone's looked at this stage. Time's ticking down, and you can see he's tired and rushing. What is he going to do? Gets the swing, pushes the box away. Misses the blue hold. Time runs out on Valentin Sipovin, and that is going to be the end of his attempt. Great effort, and what a brilliant spectacle again from our competitors. Worthy of a big round of applause from the crowd. Awesome work from the 33-year-old Ukrainian athlete, Valentin Sipovin. What a great job the route setters have done this weekend.
And you can see he's tired there.
Deep breaths, Valentin. So big shout out to Tim Walsworth. He's got in touch to say that this is super cool. Mary Pickering is big fan of Noah. Grant Wilson, great routes markers. Awesome, just awesome. Jennifer Reichenberg's got in touch and said that she thought he had it. Thank you to everybody that's getting in touch via Facebook and Twitter. You can use that hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing. Let's see that replay of Valentin Sipovin on the route. About halfway up that main structure at this point. Reaches up, and this was the point where he just moves so confidently to that intellect hold.
And this is where he was kind of using some time figuring out that hold, but then once he got it, he just moved right away into that blue that led him into these swinging, hanging boxes.
And so next up, we've got our first place qualifier from this competition, Alexei Dengin, 36-year-old athlete out of Russia. Very popular on the circuit, always smiling. Very talented athlete. At this point, there's 2 Russians and a Ukrainian on the podium. We could be seeing a totally different outlook to what we saw in the ladies, where there was no Russians on the podium. We could be looking at an entirely Russian podium here in the men's competition. Let's see what Alexei Dengin makes of this next route.
Yeah, we heard the Russian national anthem a lot last season. And with Alexei Dengin being the last competitor to climb tonight, I have a feeling we may hear it a few more times.
Well, there's one thing for sure. We're guaranteed to have a Russian winner. And we're guaranteed to have a Russian second place. And in fact, we're almost guaranteed to have a Russian third place. We'll have to check on those provisional scores as they come in. But in the meantime, let's keep our attention on Alexei Dengin.
And he also skipped that red intellect hold, going straight up into the blue hold and climbing pretty quickly. He knows these holds really well, and you can tell that he feels pretty confident and pretty comfortable.
And of course, Alexei Dengin, one of the main athletes on the Russian team, very prominent within the Russian scene, and he's of course the coach of Masha Redley, who we did see in the ladies' final earlier. She had a fall low down, so he'll be looking to make sure that he doesn't have a repeat of that, and he'll be looking to make some serious height. Bit hesitant on this move, but he hits it, and he's gone for the lower part. And we saw a lot of the guys using the higher part of this hold, but he's matched in, readjusted with the other axe. Oh, and he's done it again with the left axe to allow him to move across to the disc. Hits that very strong indeed. Look at those shoulders, super strong in the back as he transferred his body weight below that left hand, switches to the left hand, reaches high to make that clip. And then out to the right onto the golf ball. So far, so good for Alexei Dengin. Matching in, just shuffling his way up that shaft. Puts the backhand in, really cranks off that super powerful right hand backhand. His body horizontal on the wall as he reaches across and left. Needs to be careful not to miss these clips, but we saw Nikolai Kuzovlev doing the exact same thing, double clipping at this stage off that more or rather less powerful position. Reaches into that Stein, so controlled in the Stein, and up to the underside of that big Colorado box with the left hand, cranking hard, the head of the axe just floating, not quite in contact. So in that undercut position, very powerful. Kicks into the box using his hand on the top of the volume just to stabilize himself. And we saw Valentin Tipovin actually using his left hand on the blue hold to stabilize himself as well. Not required for Alexei Dengin as he takes that rope and makes the clip.
Readjust just a little bit before moving into this powerful next move.
And this has certainly been one of the main cruxes that we've seen. Turns the hip in, misses it first time, but takes it second time, displaying really good strength and excellent tenacity. Where other climbers have fallen, he stays and stays strong. And he reaches out to that box dynamically at full stretch, cuts loose, reaches into the fig four, takes the axe and makes that clip.
You can see he actually has to move the rope over his body there to make this clip.
Make sure that he doesn't get tangled in it. Flicks into the fig four over that left hand. And he's got so much time on his hands at this stage. 3 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock. Way faster than anyone else we've seen so far. Faster than Maxim and Alexei Tomilov and Nikolai Kuzovlev. Up onto that lip. He's trying but misses it first time. He's got time to shake out and readjust. Just needs to be careful not to bust out of it. Kicks in that left front point. Just shifting between rests. He's in the Fig 9. High on the Fig 9. Locks deep on that right hand to hit the left on the lip. Very strong from Alexei Dengin. He's got 2 minutes and 20. Reaches out behind him to make that clip. Almost tied now. He just needs to make contact with that hold to tie with the other guys. He's got so much time. He just needs to not fall off. Come on, Alexei Dengin. I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's true. Come on, Alexei. Kicks in again with that front point. Needs to get a push going.
See, he's rocking it.
You see the box swinging away from him, and he hits it. He's on it. He is on it. He cuts loose, in control. Kicks underneath. Sticks it. Alexei Dengin sticks the hold. He's in the lead. Look at him go. He loves it. He's always one for the crowd. This guy is a winner, and he is going to take the win if he keeps climbing like this. He's got his front point stuck, but with 1 minute 25 seconds on the clock, he's got plenty of time to make this happen. Underneath with that left hand, kicks in with the left toe, releases the right hand on the underside of that box, hanging above the crowd. Alexei Dengin is climbing his way to the first World Cup gold medal of the season. Come on, Alexei, top it out. Cuts up there, so strong, and the crowd are going absolutely wild. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Alexei Dengin takes a very well-deserved gold medal and the first win of the season here in Durango, Colorado. What a champion! And you can see how much it means to the 36-year-old Russian and his teammates running there. Gord MacArthur, Maxim Tomilov, Alexei Tomilov, and of course Valentin Sipovin. Smiles all round, and you can see how much it means to him. What an awesome performance from Superman Alexei Dengin. Hyung Park joining him as well. Awesome work, and the crowd are going absolutely wild for it. Look how much it means to him. No bitterness. Everyone's just so happy, and I have to say that was worth all of the wait. Thank you so much for everyone's patience. Is that Mark Beverly?
It is.
He's turned up. Mark Beverly's here, ladies and gentlemen. Look how happy he is. That is one happy Russian. Masha Edler there, giving him a big hug, and well deserved. What an awesome performance. Let's see a replay of that winning performance of Alexei Dengin on the box. Just makes the clip, matches in. Look at that face. So happy. What a brilliant, brilliant event. And what a great fairy tale finish. Nathan Kutcher there, Aaron Montgomery, and of course, event director Marcus Garcia. He's done a brilliant job. In only 4 months, he's managed to pull it together. There's Yannick Glattard, 18-year-old Swiss climber, who we'll be seeing a lot more of throughout the rest of the season. And there's the chair of the judges and the president of the judges, Carlos Teixeira, shaking his hand. We should be able to see at this stage the provisional results. We shouldn't expect.
This is such a great.
He looked so strong in this. We saw so many climbers explode there. Look at him.
He knows that he did well.
So good to see them interacting with the crowd like that, and the crowd love it when the climbers ask for their help. Really, making them feel like they're a part of the performance too.
That's one thing I love about watching Alexei climb, is that he takes time to just look back at the crowd and just show that he is having a great time.
Supreme confidence from Alexei Dengin. Such a good performance. We know that Jack McGill's gone down there to the competition surface to try and have a chat with Alexei. As soon as that's happening, we'll be going down there. In the meantime, what was the highlight for you, Ian?
I think we just watched it. Alexei Dengin climbing out onto that last box and controlling the swing from that blue hold, and then watching him look back at the crowd, screaming in delight, and again doing the same thing when he topped out.
So there are your provisional results, or there were your provisional results. There they go. Your last gold medal of last year, but in last place for the first event of this year, Janusz Wolszak. 7th place for Noah Bake, who did a brilliant job in his first ever senior final. Hyung Park in 6th place of Korea. Alexei Tomilov in 5th place. Valentin Sipovin in 4th place. And then an all-Russian podium. Of course, Maxim Tomilov in 3rd place. Nikolai Kuzovlev in 2nd place. And you just saw Alexei Dengin taking the 1st place, and a well-deserved one it was. Such a wonderful evening here in Durango, Colorado, and what a fantastic fairy tale ending to the first event of the season. We are ready to cut across to Jack with Alexei Dengin, the gold medalist. Let's see what Jack and Alexei have got to say about that performance. Might be having a couple of issues with the sound there. We'll get that resolved as soon as possible, and we'll go back down to Jack and Alexei as soon as we possibly can. So good to see Alexei ready to do an interview as well after 7 minutes of battling it out. I'm surprised he can even breathe. It's worth pointing out that we are at 6,500 feet here, so we're at altitude. All these moves feel that little bit harder with the air quality. Did you notice that, Ian, at all?
Yeah, I just ran up my first route, like I said, and I was feeling it in that secondary isolation during qualifications. And, you know, Alexei just climbed a lot harder and a lot longer. So if he's not feeling it, then I don't know how he's training, but maybe I should start doing the same thing.
Training very, very hard indeed by the looks of things. And good to see as well that an athlete at 36 years old, after so much experience and training, can still peak and beat a really incredibly strong field with a massive array of ages, shapes and sizes. Brilliant work from Alexei Dengin. We are hoping that that technical issue with the audio has been fixed. The production team here are doing an awesome job of troubleshooting that. We should be able to cut back to Jack McGill with Alexei Dengin, and hopefully we'll be able to hear what he's saying this time. Let's see what Jack and Alexei have got to say. Looks like we're still having trouble with that audio. Sorry about that, folks, and thank you as always for your patience. Don't worry about that. We will catch up with Alexei live on Facebook later on. After the broadcast is finished, we'll do a live Facebook interview with him. I'll have a chat with him myself. So let's see those results one more time. Just to summarise, of course, in the men's competition, we in 8th place, Janusz Wolszak, 7th place, Noah Bake, 6th place, Hyung Park, 5th place, Alexei Tomilov, 4th place, Valentin Sipovin, 3rd place, Maxim Tomilov, 2nd place, Nikolai Kuzovlev, and 1st place, Alexei Dengin. Brilliant, brilliant podium with 3 Russians on the podium. Ian, are there any surprise results in there?
I got at least one of the 3 on the, and I did say a Tomilov. I did choose the wrong one. You corrected me there, but I mean, we saw some very strong climbing today. I think all of the competitors should be very pleased with how they did.
The Russians, of course, reasserting themselves as the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but I mean, we also had Noah come in and shake things up a little bit. He should be extremely pleased with how he climbed tonight.
I mean, I did think that Noah actually got a little bit higher than Hyung Park, but I'm not a judge, so we'll take their decision on that. And great that he managed to finish 7th. As of course I did mention earlier, we are going to be doing Facebook Lives. We're going to be doing behind the scenes footage. We're going to be going down and finding out what's going on, and the medal ceremony will be broadcast live on Facebook. If you do have any questions, then get them in on Facebook or Twitter using that hashtag UIAA Mountains. What a wonderful weekend and a thrilling weekend it's been for the first round of the World Cup here in Durango. The host town has been wonderful. They've been so welcoming, so friendly and so accommodating, and we cannot thank those guys enough. There's Marcus Garcia, event director. He must be super proud of him, of his team that have managed to put on a wonderful event. And so that pretty much sums up the main part of our men's final and the main part of our men's broadcast here. It's the end of what's been an exhilarating 2 days of action here in Durango, and it's time to turn our attention to round 2, which will of course be in Beijing, China on the 8th, 9th and 10th of January. I will be there, we will be there, and don't forget, in the meantime, you can keep up with all of the action on the wall and behind the scenes using Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Once again, a huge thank you to Marcus Garcia and his team here in Durango, and our generous hosts, the Scar Brewing Company. I want to say a huge thank you to Ian. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for letting me be here.
And a thank you to Katie Bono, of course, who was with me during the ladies' final. That is all from me, Liam Lonsdale, and the team here in Durango. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a QTV sports production for the UIAA and the North Face Korea. If you're celebrating, have a Merry, Merry Christmas, and we will see you in a couple of weeks' time. Good night. yourself?